Chapter 1962. What happened? It exploded. Brother Lin Chen's secret room exploded. Doesn't that mean we have to burn incense? Burn incense, burn incense. Brother Chen burns incense to save the living. This time, I'm willing to be the strongest incense king for Brother Chen. Could it be that I didn't burn incense for Brother Lin Chen, causing him to explode? Outside the sacred mountain, many experts rushed over. The sea of fire swayed, and the terrifying heat filled the sky. If not for the protection of the formation, Tianyi's sacred mountain would have been reduced to ruins. Elder Xian floated in the air and looked at Lin Chen, who was in the sea of fire, with interest. Elder Xian's eyes lit up. Good fellow, refining a peerless odd crystal with a saint king cultivation. He really doesn't deserve to be a son, nothing that happens to him is normal. Elder Xian flicked his finger, and the wind element law spread out to form a large net that enveloped heaven and earth, including mountains and rivers, isolating the terrifying heat in the sky. Disperse, leave this place to me. Elder Xian waved his sleeves, and the crowd dispersed. Some people retreated to the side to watch. On the other side, Zhao Zhouxiao met Zhao Anran in the imperial city late at night. Only the father and daughter were left in the throne room. Zhao Zhouxiao said meaningfully, "Anran, what do you think of Lin Chen?" Zhao Anran pondered for a moment. He has a kind of temperament, strong but not arrogant, wild but not arrogant. He seems to have a frivolous attitude, but he treats people very sincerely. Zhao Zhouxiao said, "You're right, but there's still one thing missing. He doesn't have the corresponding class temperament. I suspect that he doesn't have any power behind him, and is alone." Zhao Anran was moved. "Alone?" Zhao Zhouxiao said, "All the conflicts in the world can never be solved without talking about class. In the God realm, once you reach a higher level, you won't be willing to lower your status. The most extravagant thing in the God realm is to walk together with people who don't belong to your class. This Lin Chen, he's anxious to find out about Emperor Fu Tian. Maybe he has something to do with the great Hao Fu Tian." Zhao Zhouxiao's words woke Zhao and ran up. The monarch's eyes flickered with a fierce light like that of a ferocious tiger. The wisdom that could control the winds and clouds seemed to have been brewing for a long time. "Anran, after this, I will allow you to enter the ninefold realm sea." "Really?" Zhao Anran was overjoyed. "That's right, you can follow Lin Chen. From him, you might be able to find some answers that have puzzled you for a long time. He was the ruler of a generation, but at this moment, he no longer had the face of an emperor. All that was left was the kind and reluctant gaze of his old father. I have a premonition that Lin Chen's arrival will cause chaos in the divine realm. He is definitely not an ordinary genius. Among my children, your second brother lost his life to Azura. You and your eldest brother are the ones I like the most, but your eldest brother needs to inherit my country and protect the people of this Tianyi. Only you, with your talent and wisdom, are suitable to head to the nine-layered realm sea." Zhao Zhouxiao seemed to have aged a lot, but he said those words as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "You should move on." When would they see each other again? In the sea of fire, divine fire spread and burned the sky. Host has received 40,000 divine essences, 60,000 divine essences. Lin Chen's system column was soaring all the way, and the speed of his attribute accumulation was comparable to killing a 4th-level divine realm expert. Rumble tilde. When all the divine flames entered his body, Lin Chen's holy power returned to silence, but it was more blazing and violent than before. "This is the fire god flame." Lin Chen opened his palm, and a red divine fire burned. The blazing high temperature distorted the space, and the curved 4-dimensional space became like ripples on the surface of a turbulent lake, about to be burned off at any time. As long as Lin Chen consumed his holy power to activate this fire god flame during battle, it could erupt into a divine fire that could change the color of heaven and earth and burn the sky. Divine attribute, fire attribute 1, 35 million points. Lin Chen's divine fire attribute actually soared by 1 million point. This growth, other than killing a law big shot, could only be achieved by refining a peerless odd crystal. Elder Xian removed the protection of the law and stepped into the air to congratulate him. "Congratulations, Lin Chen, your strength has improved." Lin Chen joked. "Just a little, I'm still far from you, Elder Xian. The corner of Elder Xian's mouth twitched. I've been cultivating hard for so many years. If I let you catch up so easily, wouldn't I kill myself? At this moment, the morning sun shone into Lin Chen's eyes. Day had arrived, and it was time for the day to arrive. Just in time, it's about time. Lin Chen is leaving. Time doesn't wait for me. Not everything will take a long time. 4 streams of light streaked across the sky. It was Jilan, Xue Jianming, Shang Guanyun, and Qin Shuangjue. Wait a minute. Zhao Anran's voice stopped Lin Chen. She flew over. Lin Chen, father asked me to give this to you. Zhao Anran handed Lin Chen a destiny plant pouch through the air, and Fairy Scarlet sent a voice transmission to Lin Chen, full of surprise. There are actually 2 kinds of peerless spiritual plants of destiny. Lin Chen, quickly accept it and let me train them. When Lin Chen received the destiny plant pouch, he even discovered that there were 2 divine artifacts sealed inside. This is. Lin Chen was puzzled. He had already promised Zhao Zhouxiao that he only wanted information about the Lin family and didn't want any extra rewards. Father asked you to take it as a thank you for protecting Prime Minister Yarou Shun's cultivation. Zhao Anran smiled slightly. Her smile was like the morning sun reflecting on spring water, making people feel relaxed and happy. Since the Saint Emperor is so generous, I won't be polite. Lin Chen grinned. He had obtained 2 more divine artifacts, and the attributes of his set increased again. It would be a waste not to eat meat that was given to him. Zhao Anran's eyes moved with anticipation. After you return to the Alchemist Guild, you're going to the 9 Realm Sea, right? Lin Chen nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, I should make a trip there. Then I hope we can take care of each other at that time. The destiny plant pouch I'm giving you has the mark of my Tiani divine nation. If you come within a certain range, I'll be able to sense your location. Zhao Zhouxiao had warned him not to act rashly with Lin Chen. If a lone ranger like Lin Chen became suspicious, it would be much harder to eliminate his suspicion than to become an ally. He had to walk with him more naturally. You've thought it through. I'll accept it. Lin Chen released the divine dragon and flew into the air, swallowing 8 4th-tier divine realm assassins. The divine dragon's divine dragon bloodline had exceeded 350 desolate power, and its flying speed far exceeded that of an ordinary 3rd-tier divine realm cultivator. Everyone from Tiani Divine Nation, see you next time. Elder Xian laughed. Lin Chen, come back to the Divine Nation and burn incense for me when you're free. Lin Chen. You guys are still more flirtatious. In the territory outside Xing Continent, 2-World Mountain. Thousands of moons hung in the sky, and a swaying figure descended from the sky, looking extraordinary. Although the woman was like a fairy, the aura between her eyebrows was cold and stern. I didn't expect such an accident to happen in Xing Continent. This is the first time I've seen a person with no life force. This person must be mentioned by Xing Chen. The woman looked into the distance. Xing Chen is still trying to break through to the divine realm. He can't be distracted. I'll eliminate this hidden danger for him. Chapter 1963. Under the bright moon, the woman in the silver dress was like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Layers of white snow fell from the sky. As the snow swirled and whistled, 2 strange figures appeared in the snow. Bam! Bam! The black-robed man who appeared like a ghost knelt down on one knee and asked respectfully, "My lady, what's the matter?" The lady in the silver dress stood with her hands behind her back and looked into the distance. "I want you to kill someone. If you can capture him alive, then do so. If you can't, then kill him. Who is it? What's his cultivation level?" A human who appeared in the Alchemist Association branch in the Star State, Lin Chen. Sage King cultivation level. The 2 of them were shocked. Sage King cultivation level? It was actually a Sage King that could alarm this lord. Who was this Sage King? If it's just a Sage King, then the 2 of us can go. No. The lady in the silver dress interrupted them. Not only do I want the 2 of you to act, but I also want you to gather all the organizations under your command. Summon the 9 ghosts to act together with you. Also, gather all those above stage 3 divine state. I want you to gather 10,000 true gods and go to the star state to kill this kid. Don't give him any chance to escape or turn the tables. SSS. At this moment, the two black-robed true gods felt their scalps go numb, and their mouths twitched. 10,000 true gods. And it was the legendary 9 ghosts leading the team. Every ghost had a stage 9 true god cultivation level. A stage 4 true god would control the laws and use a large amount of divine power to activate the great Tao laws. Once the laws were activated, they would have the power to destroy dimensions and surpass the power of all living beings. A stage 5 true god's comprehension of the laws would improve, and their control and application of the laws would surpass the lower levels. A stage 6 true god's control of the laws would increase, and they would need to control many different laws. A stage 7 true god's divine power would transform and surpass the god state. They would fully integrate with the great Tao laws, and their divine power would completely transform into law divine power. A stage 8 true god's divine body would merge with the Tao, and their divine soul would be the law. The divine body formed with divine power would start to integrate with their own great Tao laws. After reaching the 8th level of the divine realm, even if one didn't use any cultivation arts, just a casual punch or kick would be able to unleash the might of laws that could shatter the heavens and shatter the earth, destroying dimension. And stage 9 divine state was the peak of the god state. The 9 ghosts were 9 level 9 true god realm expert. 9 ghosts and 10,000 true gods lineup. It was a lineup that no one below the god state. What kind of concept was that? Even in the past wars between the gods of various continents, such a scale of battle was rarely used. A lineup that was enough to wipe out dozens of ancient giant forces was actually used to deal with a saint king. A saint. Using a formation that was invincible under the divine king realm to deal with a saint king. It was as if more than 10,000 dragons were trying to kill an ant. This was not a battle of the same dimension. The black-robed man hesitated. This time. Sir, if we enter the star continent with such a large group of people, won't we attract the attention of the higher-ups? Although I've long heard that this lord is known for being cautious and always having a clear understanding of the overall situation, isn't this too cautious? If she hadn't spoken up, the black-robed man would have thought it was a joke. How could there be a saint in this world who was worthy of using such a lineup? Wasn't this nonsense? It's all right. The woman in the silver dress turned around and said, "Those old fogies from Singapore, I have something on them. They won't touch you. You just have to follow my orders. Remember, if you underestimate the enemy, the mission will not be completed." A ruthless sneer appeared on her beautiful snow-white face. If you dare to underestimate the enemy, you know the consequences. The two shuddered and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." Go. Whoosh. The two turned into a beam of divine light and disappeared. The two-world mountain returned to its peaceful state, as if a storm was brewing. The woman in the silver dress looked into the distance, and her lips curled into a cold smile. "I won't underestimate any opponent who can make Xing Chen think highly of him. Even if there's a 1 in a billion chance, I will still destroy him." Later generations would record the earth-shattering battle that happened that day was unforgettable. It was an unprecedented battle of 10,000 gods. In the distant west, palaces stood in great numbers, and divine mist floated. Under the distorted space-time, the divine palaces were like eternal and indestructible divine relics. They stood in the sky, surrounded by wisps of smoke. Dragon-like totems stood in the clouds, releasing divine talismans that lined the sky like a list, continuing to record the achievements of the divine kings, the miracles of the divine masters, and the legends of the divine emperors. It attracted the worship of all living beings like 3 mountains that were praised as miracles and suppressed all living beings. This was the divine realm that would never fall. Since the birth of the human race, it was the first land of civilization. It was glorious and made all the legends in the world bow down to it. There was a moon palace in the divine realm that was guarded by divine soldiers. Every gaze was accompanied by a strong divine consciousness that scanned the surroundings. Even invisible things would be instantly detected if they got close. In the moon palace, a beautiful woman held a jade scroll in her hand. Her eyes were bright as she stared at the contents of the jade scroll with utmost concentration. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and her face was as red as sand. There were traces of time between her eyebrows. She had always been sad, but today, she was not as excited as she used to be. He made a divine pill in a day. Qingwu was right. My son, Xingchen, is really back. Even though he lost the divine blood, he still came to the divine realm and shocked everyone. When she finished reading the contents of the Jade Scroll, the beautiful woman was already in tears. Tears flowed down her cheeks, and there was a happy and sad smile on her face. This child must have suffered a lot in the lower realm. I have to prepare for him. Even though I'm under house arrest here, I have to prepare all the divine pills that he can use. In the Alchemist Guild in Dan City. What? You said that the commission of 100,000 contribution points has been taken away. The yellow-robed elder slammed the table and glared at the person. Who is it? Who dares to delay me? It's a waste even if they took it away. Who is more powerful than me to cure Prime Minister Yarrow Shun of the Tiani Divine Nation? Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to say a word. Elder Schwer had the qualifications to enter the Elder Council. Very few people in the guild dared to offend him. Even the elder in charge of the commission could not help but smile bitterly. This is an order from the higher-ups. It's useless for you to vent your anger on me. Elder Schwer shouted angrily, then tell me your name. I want to see who dares to steal my commission. The ugly one is still yelling and screaming. The handsome one has already completed the commission and returned. A young man's mocking laughter echoed in the hall. Everyone looked over and saw Lin Chen and Qin Shuangjue appear together. When Lin Chen and his group appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hey! Where did this immature brat come from? Elder Schwer frowned. After saying that, Lin Chen walked to the counter and placed his elder token on the counter. Immediately, a screen appeared on the counter. Guild Elder, Lin Chen, has completed the commission of the Tiani Divine Nation. Reward, 200,000 contribution points, 2 divine artifacts, 1 divine pill recipe, and can choose a cultivation method registered in the Divine Nation. Gasp! The many alchemy deacons and elders in the hall were shocked. Lin Chen had completed the commission of the Tiani Divine Nation, and in such a short period of time. And, the commission reward was 200,000 contribution point. It was doubled. So it's you who stole my commission. Elder Schwer was so angry that he laughed. Brat, which district are you from? Lin Chen smiled mockingly. It doesn't matter which district I am from. What's important is that if you don't accept it, you will appear in the fruit production district. Elder Schwer. Chapter 1964. Alchemist Guild Manager, Ji Lan, completed the support mission. Obtained 20,000 contribution points. Alchemist Guild Manager, Xue Jianming, completed the support mission. Obtained 20,000 contribution points. When the two of them submitted the mission, everyone in the hall finally regained their senses. Lin Chen and the others had just become guild managers and elders, and they had completed the most difficult mission recently. You're called Lin Chen, and you're an elder? When he saw Lin Chen's position clearly, Elder Xue's face was filled with shock. He could tell that Lin Chen was not even 100 years old. He was far from half. How could he become an elder at such a young age? To Elder Xue, who had just returned from carrying out a mission, this was a completely subversive shock. Qin Shuangjue stood between the two sides and said calmly, Elder Xue, Lin Chen is an elder of the Alchemist Guild, and he created a miracle by refining a divine pill in a day. He's someone the higher-ups are paying attention to. That's why they sent him to the Tiani Kingdom. If you want to trouble him, you'd better think twice. Refining a divine pill in a day? Elder Xue was completely shocked. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. I'm not the only one who witnessed it. Qin Shuangjue glanced at him coldly and turned to the elder in the hall. He continued, Medicine Elder, I, Qin Shuangjue, have something important to report. My elder, Jiyu Lingtian, brought assassins from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion to ambush me and Lin Chen. He almost killed us and delayed the mission. As soon as he said that, it stirred up 1,000 waves. This young man, Jiyu Lingtian, dares to touch someone from the guild? Who gave him the guts? F***ck, his rebelling. Many managers and elders were furious. Among the elders of the guild, the biggest taboo was to secretly ambush someone from their own guild. If there was any grudge, it was fine to put it on the table and fight a life and death battle. But to stab someone in the back, he was really despicable and would be despised by the alchemist guild. The kind-looking medicine elder asked seriously, "You can't say things like that. Elder Qin, do you have evidence?" "I do." Lin Chen raised his hand and smiled. With a wave of his hand, 8 heads were tossed onto the counter. Everyone took a closer look and gasped. They were the assassins of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. Moreover, every single one of them was a 4th-stage Divine Realm assassin who had been famous for a long time. Lin Chen said seriously, "The situation was very dangerous. He brought a group of assassins and surrounded us. There were also 3 heaven-ranked assassins. I had no choice but to kill them. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to kill Jiyu Lingtian. It was a loss." Hearing his words, everyone's mouths twitched. The situation was very critical at that time. "Then you killed 8 of them? How could this be considered a critical situation?" Lin Chen nodded seriously and said, "I was extremely scared at that time. Everyone. We almost believed him. However, when Shui Jianming showed Sister Yu in the red dress and the brawny man in black armor Jiyu Lingtian's keepsake, the higher-ups finally took him seriously." Elder Shui had kicked a tough one. He flicked his sleeves and left. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to bicker with him and continued to choose the pill formulas as a reward. "I have refined a peerless odd crystal and am now the strongest in the fire element. I can choose a type of fire element divine pill to assist me in breaking through to a higher realm in the future. Odd crystals of peerless grade and above could assist a true god in comprehending new laws. They were extremely valuable. Although Lin Chen refined them with the cultivation of a holy king, this would undoubtedly pave the way for him to control laws in the future. I'll choose this 6-sun god absolute pill formula. It's worth 24,000 contribution points, a huge profit. I can also choose a technique registered by the Tiani Divine Nation. Since that's the case, I'll use the fire element to the extreme." Lin Chen activated the Elder token and chose at will. There weren't many high-level techniques registered by the Tiani Divine Nation in the guild. A suitable technique immediately reflected in Lin Chen's eyes. Battle God Astral Flame, a top-grade orange battle technique. Using footwork to control the divine flame. It is divided into 2 forms. One is Flame Flash, the limit of a single target. The other is Divine Flame Sky, large-scale group killer move. Note: using this technique requires a strong fire element divine power and a tempered divine body. It will also increase one's speed. The faster the speed, the stronger the power. Lin Chen was moved. This was actually a fire element leg technique. It can also increase one's speed. If the wind god set is used on it, I'll choose him. Lin Chen made the decision and touched the reward column with the Elder token. The stock of the Battle God Astral Flame technique instantly went from 1 to 0. A sealed red scroll burned like a divine sunset. It was as beautiful as a crystal jade and landed in Lin Chen's palm. Next is to buy the divine weapon. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. 200,000 contribution points, buy it first. Subgrade divine weapon, Dark Moon divine weapon. Price, 12,000 contribution points, buy. Subgrade divine weapon, Deep Sea God Sword. Price, 13,000 contribution points, buy. Subgrade divine weapon, Hell Soul Piercing Bow. Price, 12,800 contribution points, buy. Divine weapon, Machine King's Useless Cudgel. Buy. All of a sudden, Lin Chen actually bought 14 divine artifacts in one go. His extravagance made everyone in the main hall dumbfounded. In fact, he had bought 2/3 of the guild's celestial artifact. Ordinary alchemists were still mainly alchemists. The guild's alchemy resources were abundant, and divine weapons were only a part of it. Who knew that Lin Chen, this freak, would spend so much money? The commission reward was 2 divine weapons, the Tiani God Nation's additional reward was 3, and the guild's contribution points bought 14 divine weapons. Lin Chen had a total of 19 divine weapons. Lin Chen's forthrightness stunned all the alchemists. They even suspected that this kid was an alchemist. 200,000 contribution points were all used to buy divine weapons. That was a huge sum of money that was equivalent to 200,000 substandard divine jade. However, what happened next caused countless people to turn pale with fright. Lin Chen picked up a divine sword that was completely blue. It was the deep sea god sword. Then, he gathered his divine power and smashed it down. Bang! Bang! Crack! Crack! The divine sword was smashed into pieces by Lin Chen's punch. Without enough divine power, even a divine weapon could not withstand Lin Chen's punch. The strength of a divine weapon was also related to the user's cultivation. Without a host, Lin Chen could break a divine weapon with one punch. Bang! 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 A terrifying explosion of energy spread out, shaking the entire Pill Pagoda. The Hell Soul-piercing bow, the Ashen Moon divine weapon, one divine artifact after another was smashed to pieces by Lin Chen in an impatient manner. Host has received 39 advanced set essence points, 36 advanced set essence points, 30 advanced set essence points. Lin Chen's set attributes skyrocketed. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Not bad at all. 19 divine artifact. How refreshing. When Lin Chen crushed the pile of divine artifacts into pieces, he laughed heartily. His entire body was radiating with energy, causing everyone in the Pill Tower to be completely dumbfounded. Crazy. He must be crazy. He destroyed 19 divine weapons just like that. What a sin. Even if you're rich, you shouldn't spend it like that. Qin Shuangjue looked at Lin Chen in shock as if he had seen a ghost. This was simply a waste of resources. It's so comfortable. A handsome guy's life is so simple and boring. Lin Chen sighed and left. He left behind a group of alchemists who were stunned. What kind of confusing behavior is this? I'm dumbfounded. I seriously suspect that the guild has recruited a lunatic. The moment Lin Chen stepped out of the Pill Pagoda, a voice that sounded like an absolute judgment suppressed the heavens and spread thousands of miles away. Alchemist Guild, hand over Lin Chen. Hand over the person and you'll live. If you don't hand him over, slaughter the city. The sound waves exploded, and the entire Pill City began to shake. Lin Chen immediately looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. A voice transmission? An ultimate powerhouse had arrived. Chapter 1965. On the top floor of the Pill Pagoda, in some extremely secretive secret chambers, a few old monsters suddenly opened their eyes. Divine Body Dao Integration? 8th level True God? No, there's more than one. A powerful divine spirit aura suddenly awakened and swept through the sky, instinctively protecting Pill City. Then, a voice like an absolute judgment suppressed the heavens and spread thousands of miles. Alchemist Guild, hand over Lin Chen. Hand over the person and you will live. If you don't hand him over, slaughter the city. The sound waves rumbled and exploded. The entire Pill City shook and trembled. In the Alchemist Guild, all the Divine Soul Realm alchemists' expressions change. Law voice transmission? Lin Chen's expression became serious. Lin Chen had fought with powerhouses who had grasped the laws before and had some understanding of them. Using laws would consume divine power. When not in a serious battle, even a 5th level True God would not use laws easily as it consumed a lot of divine power. And those who could use laws to send voice transmissions were at least 8th level True God, Divine Body Dao Integration, and laws. If it was an expert of this level, Lin Chen would not even be able to take one hit in a head-on battle. Who dares to behave atrociously in Pill City? They don't have good intentions. With the Alchemist Guild's reputation, those who dare to declare war are definitely not easy to deal with. Looks like there's going to be a fierce battle. All the alchemists quickly rose into the sky, and almost everyone formed a battle line immediately. This was secondary to protecting Lin Chen. What was important was the Alchemist Guild's attitude. If they handed him over, the guild's reputation would definitely plummet. Who would see the guild as a sacred ground and authority in the future? Shang Guanyun, Qin Shuangjue, and the others rushed out of the Pill Pagoda and floated in the air, standing near Lin Chen. Qin Shuangjue suddenly said, "Did you cause trouble again?" Lin Chen shrugged. Can you change your brain circuit? I'm just an ordinary sage king who has nothing except for being handsome. What trouble can I cause? Shangguan Yun said, no, you can poke a hole in the sky. Lin Chen. Can you expect something good from me? Boom tilde. Their divine souls were like rainbows that turned into flying dragons and soared into the sky. Suddenly, more than 10 figures appeared in the sky above Pill City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, the sound of wind being sliced through arrived one after another. Divine light burned, and divine light rushed into the sky. One after another, powerhouses rushed out from every corner of the city of Pills. When they floated in the air, they were like rivers flowing through the earth. Their might shook the sky. Lin Chen couldn't help but be surprised. So this is the style of a guild. Just looking at it makes my scalp tingle. Not to mention the dozen or so elderly figures at the very front, just the hundreds of deities that rose into the air were actually big shots who had mastered laws of nature. One had to know, Lin Chen had yet to truly finish off a true god powerhouse who grasped laws until now. Azura King Sauron, whom Lin Chen had killed, had long been an arrow at the end of its flight and was hanging on to his last breath. If one were to really count, in Lin Chen's battle achievements, other than the early stage of the 4th tier of the Divine Realm, he hadn't been able to completely kill off an expert who had grasped the laws. There were so many big shots of laws present. Just imagine, if he were to be besieged by this group of big shots, how awesome would that be? However, in the next moment, Lin Chen's pupils constricted. The system seemed to be issuing a warning at the highest volume, God Slayer innate skill prompt. Those who are hostile to the host exceed 10,000 true gods. 9th level true god, 9, 8th level true god, 6, 7th level true god, 11. 6th level true god, 28. 5th level true god. When the system listed out the prompt, Lin Chen instantly felt a chill run from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. System prompt to host, run, bang. The sky above Pill City split open, and blood-colored divine light scattered across the sky. This scene seemed to be engraved into the minds of everyone present. A group of majestic figures seemed to be about to crush the sky. The array and defense line formed by the Alchemist Association instantly collapse. Apart from that, batches of true gods appeared in 8 completely different directions. Blood-colored divine light enveloped the entire Pill City. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000 deities. More than 10,000 true gods appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, countless experts in Pill City sucked in a breath of cold air fiercely. 10,000 deities had descended. Moreover, each of them was at least at the 3rd level of the divine realm. The laws were like a net, and the great Tao was contained within. Divine power filled the sky. More than 10,000 true gods surrounded Pill City. Alchemist Association, don't seek death without permission. Today, we only want Lin Chen. Those who persist in going about things the wrong way will all be suppressed. Rumbling thunderous voice transmission came from above the burning blood clouds, shaking everyone's mind. All the alchemists and experts looked at Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost. It actually alarmed 10,000 deities to move out just to capture him, a sage king? Just what kind of heaven-defying thing did this boy do on a trip out? This was enough to provoke 10,000 true deities, a lineup that was practically invincible below the divine king level. Using it to deal with a sage king? Qin Shuangjua's lips trembled as he said, "What kind of crazy thing did you do, to actually provoke such a lineup?" Xue Jianming said in shock, "Brother Lin, you didn't really poke the sky, right?" Lin Chen had a dumbfounded look. How the F***ck would I know? Lin Chen didn't understand either. Which family's big shot was so crazy, starting off with 10 king bombs? Mother ***k, shouldn't it be done one by one according to the routine? Why is there someone who doesn't play according to the routine? Lin Chen's gaze changed as he sensed the situation around him. All of Pill City's escape routes were sealed. Forcefully charging in any direction would result in a bombardment of more than 1,000 deities. Especially in every direction, there were at least a dozen or even dozens of perfected 4th-level true gods holding down the fort. Even with the wind god set, they might not be able to charge out. Boom. Boom. 2 divine lights descended, and the divine souls condensed, transforming into one old and one young. These were two extremely powerful divine soul clones, standing opposite the blood clouds. Headquarters Grand Elder. The hidden elders of the Elder Council exclaimed in shock. The divine soul clone, the white-robed young man, smiled slightly. Everyone, you don't look familiar. I don't think you're the deities of the Star Continent. Coming to the Alchemist Guild's branch in such a big way to snatch someone, could it be that you want to start a war with the Alchemist Guild? The 9 leading figures took a step forward, causing heaven and earth to shake. The 9 figures' true faces couldn't be seen, but they transmitted their voice coldly. My master specifically wants someone. It's not your guild's place to interfere. If you came with your true bodies today, perhaps we would be a bit wary. However, you're just a divine soul clone. How can you stop us? Scram, or I'll destroy this clone of yours. The white-robed young man's expression gradually turned cold. True gods outside the Star Continent. You're very arrogant, aren't you? The green-robed old man beside the white-robed young man took a step forward. Guild members, listen up. Today, they're here to snatch Lin Chen. Even if our alchemist guild has a rotten egg, we won't give it to these bastards. Lin Chen, I've become a rotten egg. Chapter 1966. The green-robed elder had a bad temper as he shouted. Pretending to be an expert. Beat up these sons of B*** keys. Kai. Rip tilde. Almost as soon as he gave the order, the 9 terrifying phantoms flashed and rushed over. They stretched out their gigantic palms that blotted out the sky and the sun to meet them head-on. The 2 divine soul avatars opened their hands, and their divine soul domain covered the entire area, isolating the 9 phantoms from the Pill City. Everyone, follow the first elder of the headquarters. The elders of the Elders Guild shouted coldly through law voice transmission. It was like a dragon's roar and thunder, shaking the sky. More than a dozen elders stepped on divine light and blocked the other party's Stage 8 and Stage 7 divine realm expert. The experts and divine-level alchemists hired by the Alchemist Guild immediately attacked, fighting all the true gods without hesitation. In the 10,000 deities camp, some voice transmissions were exchanged. Don't waste time with these alchemists. The target is Lin Chen. If we can capture him alive, then we'll live. If we can't, then we'll kill him. The voice transmissions of the many law true gods did not escape Lin Chen's senses. Lin Chen frowned. How ruthless. They want to kill me immediately. Shui Jianming said in shock, the group of great gods in the sky is beyond my knowledge. Could they be called over by Jiyu Lingtian? No. Shangguan Yun said seriously, Jiyu Lingtian has at most 1 or 2 ancient powerhouses behind him. It's impossible for him to call over experts of this level. It's also impossible for that young master Qian Ling. With young noble Qian Ling's background, he might be able to invite a few 8th-level True God Realm experts or even a 9th-level True God Realm expert. However, if he wanted to gather 9 9th-level True God Realm experts and an army of 10,000 gods, he, young noble Qian Ling, was still not qualified. Behind the scenes, there must be a magnet who was controlling everything. Qin Shuangjue stared straight at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Don't look at me. How the hell would I know where these guys came from? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Over 10 4th-level Divine Realm experts were the first to find a breakthrough point. They flashed through the air and attacked Lin Chen. Qin Shuangjue and Shangguan Yun rose into the air and shouted at Lin Chen at the same time. Now's the time to run. This time, Qin Shuangjue no longer held back his cultivation. His divine soul and laws were fully unleashed. With a wave of his hand, raging waves surged. The law of water was like a vast ocean, trapping the 2 perfect stage divine realm expert. Her divine soul stood together with Shangguan Yun, blocking the path of the dozens of 4th-tier divine realm cultivators. Ji Lan and Shui Jianming also moved. This battle was no small matter. They had to participate. A great battle instantly broke out. Countless people from Pill City fled. Those true gods who were lower than Stage 3 of the God Realm had to protect the people of Pill City. The Pill Tower had many experts, but the other side had even more expert. Disregarding the myriad deities, Just the number of true gods who had grasped the laws of nature was more than double that of the Pill Tower. Just fighting a defensive battle was extremely taxing. Moreover, the guild's operation was a defensive counterattack. They didn't surround Lin Chen to protect him. If he focused on protecting Lin Chen, then his combat power would instantly collapse. He could only fight with all he had. As for Lin Chen, the guild could only leave it to him to make his own decisions. The moment the battle started, the situation was completely reverse. On the myriad deities' side, just the experts who were at stage 4 of the god realm and above were already putting a lot of pressure on the guild. Close to 10,000 stage 3 of the god realm cultivators hadn't moved yet. If they did, the battle would only be even more devastating. They were defending, preventing Lin Chen from escaping. Thousands of true gods formed an iron wall. No one could escape from Pill City. Kai. Rip tilde. Unexpectedly, 2 true gods appeared on Lin Chen's left and right. One of them stepped on a wind dragon and flashed over. The other was riding on lightning and surrounded by the laws of lightning. The 2 true gods attacked with a sword and a palm. The laws of wind turned into a storm of crescent-shaped blades that smashed down. Lightning spread for 1,000 feet and swept across the sky. They were killing moves right off the bat. Lin Chen didn't have much time to think of countermeasures. He was forced to fight. Pitch-black divine power surging in his palm condensed and formed, and he suddenly slapped out. The god-summoning barrier in all directions suddenly spread out. The god-summoning divine spark of the 3 divine spark fragments even suppressed the power of laws, and its power increased greatly. You want to take my life? F***CKU. It's more like you want your master to roll over and accept his death personally. In a flash, 9 colored starlight surged in Lin Chen's palm. He raised his hand and the 9 tribulation star suddenly smashed toward the 2's faces. In an instant, it split into 5 shadows. 5 9-colored auroras fell toward the 2 of them. Buzz tilde. The 9-colored light pillar bloomed in the sky. The 2's attacks were broken by Lin Chen. They kept retreating, their faces full of shock. Be careful, this kid has a kind of gravity barrier power that's not inferior to laws. More and more true gods broke out of the encirclement and headed toward Lin Chen's direction. Especially the top battlefield in the sky, there were already a few stage 7 true gods and even a stage 8 true god expert who broke out of the encirclement. Qin Shuangjue's snowy face was solemn. No, he can't escape like this. Qin Shuangjue looked at Ji Lan as if they had a tacit understanding. Ji Lan also looked at her. The 2 girls seemed to have a tacit understanding. They could only use their trump card. And that was to call for help. Seeing that another stage 8 Divine Realm expert and a few stage 7 Divine Realm experts were about to charge toward Lin Chen, Qin Shuangjue gritted her teeth and crushed the emerald jade storage ring on her index finger. Lin Chen, you stinky man, you owe me another favor. I'll make you pay it back double in the future. Kai tilde. The moment the jade storage ring broke, a figure with a majestic aura appeared beside Qin Shuangjue. He was as tall as a mountain. He wore pitch-black armor and carried a giant axe on his back. Qin Shuangjue's expression changed slightly. Look in front, second uncle. The black-armored man let out a thunderous roar, rolling like a dragon. Who dares to bully my baby Shuangjue? I'm Qin Wan of the Qin family. Qin your mother, get lost. F***CK, young people don't talk about martial ethics. Boom tilde. A few streaks of black lightning shot down from the sky like evil dragons, cutting through time and space. It was an earth-shattering attack from a few stage 7 Divine Realm expert. As soon as the black-armored man appeared, he waved his divine axe at the black lightning and engaged in a battle. Ji Lan dripped her blood essence into a spatial jade slip. 2 old figures appeared beside her. Their auras were unfathomable, and there were laws and great dows in their eyes. The 2 elders had arrogant expressions as if they were in control of the wind and clouds. They descended from the sky and shouted sternly, "Chimph, who dares to touch me, Ji Lan? F***CK, 10,000 true gods." While the 2 elders were stunned, Ji Lan anxiously pushed them out. Great grandpa, second grandpa, quickly go and help big brother Lin Chen. The two elders had just been pushed out when they saw two Stage 8 Divine Realm experts attacking aggressively. The corners of their mouths twitched. Good heavens, this lass just came out to gain experience. How did she cause such a big show of extravagance? 10,000 true gods, what a scam. The two elders blocked two more Stage 8 Divine Realm experts, and the battle became even more chaotic. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Chen suddenly raised his head when a portion of the experts at the top was delayed. His gaze was fixed on the chaotic battle of the 9 shadows in the sky. In the battle circle, a pair of eyes were staring at Lin Chen, as if some strange means were descending and locking onto Lin Chen. It was from a Stage 9 true god. A supreme expert standing at the peak of the god realm. Lin Chen suddenly raised his middle finger toward the sky. Chapter 1967. This time, Lin Chen didn't release his clones. Instead, he focused on fusing the new cultivation techniques and memories. It seemed like using clones could distract the opponent, but in reality, it would consume a lot of energy. Lin Chen's clones were no longer the same as before. Once they died multiple times, they would consume a huge amount of rune energy each time. If the clones were killed a few more times, Lin Chen's rune energy would be depleted. Clones could only be used at the most critical moment. Lin Chen had just pointed his middle finger when the space behind him suddenly changed. Buzz. Ripples appeared in space-time. A wisp of sword aura swept across thousands of miles. Snowflakes floated in the air. It suddenly snowed. Every snowflake was filled with sharp light. They pierced through the void and headed straight for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's shoulders shook as he stomped his feet in the air. The fire god flame turned into a sea of fire that burned the sky, trying to melt the sharp snowflakes. Although the fire god flame could melt the snow, it couldn't melt the sharpness hidden within the snowflake. It was an extremely profound sword lore. Lin Chen had refined the fire god flame, and his sacred power's attack power had increased greatly. However, he was still far from being able to fight against a perfected Stage 4 true god. Moreover, this wasn't just a perfected Stage 4 Divine Realm attack. As the snowflakes floated in the air, a sword god in snow-white clothes stepped on the air and slashed toward Lin Chen from thousands of feet away. Rumble. A sword beam that was as bright as day fell from the sky. The sword beam chilled 14 continents and killed all demons and monsters. At Stage 5 true god, his comprehension of laws had deepened. The owner of this sword was not inferior to the skinny old man who had ambushed Lin Chen previously. He was a ruthless character on the same level. Kai. Rip tilde. Divine wind flashed, and the afterimage was cut into pieces by the sword beam. Lin Chen narrowly avoided it. Rumble. The sword beam hit nothing and almost leveled the first level of the Pill Pagoda. The sword beam slashed out a shocking crack that was hundreds of feet deep. It was bottomless. Lin Chen, who was stepping on divine wind, appeared from thousands of feet away. His divine wind wings were flowing with green light, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. The host has activated the King of Speed, Extreme Wind God set. 3-piece set charging, 100%. The host can go all out at any time. Oh, sure enough, you have some tricks up your sleeves. I've roamed the God realm for many years, but this is the first time I've seen such a weird saint king like you. Sword God Shui drew his sword and came over. Heaven and earth seemed to have been frozen, and the atmosphere was extremely cold. Wherever the snow-clothed sword god passed by, snow would fall from the sky. The ice-cold sword intent could freeze one's heart and freeze one's fighting spirit. Not only that, when he walked over with his sword in hand, there were also true gods with Shun Hu sitting behind him, divine sabers hanging from their waists, and halberds on their backs. All of them were at the 5th level of true god realm. There were 7 5th-level true gods at their prime. Each of them was at the level where they could cross swords with the Azura King. They surrounded Lin Chen as if they were in a desperate situation. The battle around him became increasingly intense. Even more true gods who had grasped the laws of nature broke through the encirclement and surrounded Lin Chen instead. In the face of such a desperate situation, Lin Chen, who was wearing the wind god's vambrace and the wind god's wings, was filled with fighting spirit. Lin Chen sneered, "Who is your master?" A saber god sneered, "You don't need to know." Our master represents the truth of the world and controls the fate of all living things in this dimension. He can judge anyone with a single sentence. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Look at how awesome you guys are. I thought you guys were going to ascend to the heavens. Turns out you guys are just hiding behind people's backs. The leader, Sword God Shui, held his sword and said coldly, Brat, I will only say this once. You have two choices. 1. Be a smart person and follow us. 2. Perish together with this city. We will take your corpse with us and leave. Lin Chen sneered, no need to say any more. I choose the third choice. I will fly, and all of you will die. Sword God Shui sneered, stubborn, right? Young man, look clearly at this era. If you want to be stubborn to the end without any background or power, you will have to pay the price. Young man, you want to be a hero? Heroes are not judged by their integrity, but by their success or failure. The sword god unsheathed his sword and the saber god slash. The 7-stage 5 true gods who were the first to break out of the encirclement to surround Lin Chen circulated their godly power and laws to attack Lin Chen. How can a person without integrity be called a hero? God Slayer. Lin Chen shouted coldly, and a golden divine talisman appeared above his head and suddenly bloomed, consuming 5,920 divine talent points. Host unlocks orange grade high grade talent, God Slayer talent. The more enemies there are and the stronger their cultivation, the stronger the talent's effect. 9 true god stage 9 who are hostile to the host. Stage 8 true gods, 6, stage 7 true gods, 11. Stage 6 true gods, 28. Stage 5 true gods, a total of 10,150 true gods. Lin Chen's talent points decreased by almost half. The consumption of God Slayer this time was unprecedentedly high. When the golden divine talisman exploded, it blazed like flames and surged violently into Lin Chen's body, and a strand of god-slaying battle intent that could crush the world was completely released. Boom. 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 Bang. 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 His godly power and divine spirit crushed all the attacks. Talent amplification effect. Host's overall strength is increased by 28,950 times, including body refinement, primordial spirit, cultivation, etc. Lin Chen's pure strength had broken through to 500 desolates power from less than 7 desolates power. The divine spirit's power was magnificent. At this moment, Lin Chen's primordial spirit temporarily broke through the shackles and stepped into the divine spirit realm. Bathed in the divine spirit's light, Lin Chen's silver robe surged with a red glow, and his eyes shone with the unique golden light of a god slayer. It was breathtaking, as if a natural god slayer had descended to the heavens. But the strange thing was that Lin Chen's 200 saint acupoints didn't transform into godly power, but his cultivation foundation was far stronger than before. He had temporarily entered an extremely mysterious state. Lin Chen was in a state that was neither a saint nor a god, but was so strong that it was close to the laws. Insignificant tricks. A saint is still a saint. Die. Seeing that his attack was destroyed, the knife god struck again. The knife was like a dragon, slashing down. Sword god Shui reacted quickly and struck again. The tip of the sword drew a sword radiance, like the Milky Way falling. The brightest sword radiance was the sharpest law of the sword. 9 ultimate burning sky palm. Lin Chen couldn't care too much. The divine flame in his palm burned, and the 9 fire dragons spun. He struck his palm toward the sky and activated instant light clone shadow, splitting one palm into 5 palms. Kai. Bang. 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 The knife radiance shattered, and the 9 fire dragons crushed the law of the sword. Sword god Shui was slightly shocked. This lad's godly power was completely different from before. Hiss. Many experts sucked in a breath of cold air. What a monster. Lin Chen actually used his godly power to resist the law of the sword with his godly power, and he could unleash a destructive power that wasn't inferior to the law of the sword. How much power was this lad hiding? My godly power can unleash a destructive power of almost 10,000 desolates power, 10,000 desolates power. It was equivalent to stage 4 divine realm perfection, infinitely close to the power of a law. But no matter what, 10,000 desolates power couldn't match the uniqueness and destructive power of the law of the sword. But Lin Chen's godly power was so strong that it increased the power of the fire god flame greatly. It could be said that the combination of almost 10,000 desolates power and the fire god flame allowed Lin Chen to have the power of the law of fire. Combined with his many talents, he might be able to fight against Stage 5 Divine Realm Perfection, but only against Stage 5 Divine Realm Perfection. Next, it's time for the King of Speed to show off his godly power. Godly power soared into the sky. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with tyranny, and the godly wind around him was getting stronger. Chapter 1968. This kid still has a killer move. Don't hold back. Let's end this quickly and take him down. Coordinate with the laws, don't give him any chance. The 7 5th-tier Divine Realm experts attacked again. Moreover, the experts from the other battlefields attacked even faster. More and more terrifying attacks were aimed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen used his saint power to form a spear. He held the spear with both hands and swept it across. The sky-chasing spear technique created a red glow that spanned across the sky and shot toward the gods. Lin Chen could use cultivation techniques and battle techniques while wearing the wind god set. However, there was only one flaw: the consumption of saint power would be terrifying. Bang! 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 The red glow that burned with divine flames pierced through the many laws and attacks. Suddenly, a large number of attacks erupted behind Lin Chen and targeted Lin Chen. The other Divine Realm experts had also broken through. Just as the 7 5th-tier Divine Realm experts were about to follow up, whoosh! Rumble! Lin Chen's figure tilted slightly, and the wind god wings flapped continuously. The 7 5th-tier true gods couldn't locate Lin Chen's position in an instant and avoided all the attacks. He actually fled without fighting. The 7 true gods were slightly stunned by his feint. Lin Chen rushed over at lightning speed. Divine wind wrapped around Lin Chen like a storm, and the divine wind expanded under the flapping of the wind god wings. Lin Chen knew very well that he could instantly kill the 8 assassins from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion previously because of the combination of the top-grade orange-grade god-defying talent and the Godslayer talent. Under the premise that he could inflict damage that the opponent couldn't defend against, he could quickly eliminate the opponent. However, this time, his god-defying talent hadn't cooled down yet. There were still 10 days of cooldown. Now was definitely not the time to decide the winner. He couldn't turn the tables with just the Godslayer alone. At least, this Pill City wasn't the final battlefield. Suddenly, the eyes of a purple-robed true god who had comprehended the origin source laws changed. His eyes shone with divine light as he saw through Lin Chen's movements. He immediately sent a voice transmission. South, he wants to break through. Rumble. Divine wind swept across, and after images flashed. Lin Chen rode on the boundless divine wind and rushed toward the south of Pill City. When he was furthest away from the citizens of Pill City, he pushed his fists forward. The snow-white divine light illuminated the sky, and the milky white tusks of the divine elephant suddenly appeared. His chi and blood were so strong that it was as if a prehistoric divine beast had descended, shocking every single cultivator in Pill City. Boom! Boom! The divine elephant that was a few hundred meters tall swept through the sky and trampled over. Everywhere it passed, it destroyed everything in its path, and it crushed the ground while space was crushed to the point of warping. The divine elephant crashed head-on into the iron wall formed by over 1,000 true gods. Open for me! Lin Chen clenched his fists and the divine elephant slammed forward. This time, he used 500 desolate force to activate the divine elephant's godhead, and its power was far stronger than before. Even an expert at the 5th level of the divine realm would have to avoid its attack. Suddenly, a sonic boom resounded. Countless divine power attacks were launched at the same time. Wind, fire, lightning, the 5 elements, yin and yang, or even sword moves and saber technique. Over 1,000 third-level true gods attacked at the same time. A terrifying roar reverberated between heaven and earth. The attacks that covered the stars and covered the moon were like a torrent, crashing directly onto the divine elephant. Rumble. Bang. Bang. The divine power torrent that swept through the sky destroyed the divine elephant head-on without any suspense. The entire southern part of Pill City was completely destroyed, and a deep abyss appeared along the way. It was a ghastly sight. Even Lin Chen, who was in the gift of the divine wind, was affected by the aftershock. Lin Chen immediately activated his divine soul to form a barrier to protect himself. Streaks of sharp divine power broke through his divine soul's defense, and Lin Chen was sent flying for a long distance. Lin Chen flapped his divine wings, and a divine wind swept over, stopping him. "I can't get out." Lin Chen floated in the air, his entire body covered in blood. Although it was a light injury, his heart was shaken. "I don't believe this." Lin Chen waved his fists rapidly, and in an instant, he punched over 100 times. His divine power erupted and attacked the true gods in the south. All attributes increase by 160 times, 170 times, 190 times, bang, bang, bang. The fist wind attached to the divine wind bombarded like a meteor. Lin Chen's punching speed increased, and a fierce wind swept up in the sky. Lin Chen's punches landed on the divine power barrier formed by thousands of true gods. However, there seemed to be no end to the endless divine power. The colorful divine power barrier dimmed and brightened continuously. Crack! Suddenly, the divine power barrier cracked open. Then, hundreds of true gods channeled their divine power, and the crack that Lin Chen had just created was instantly repaired. On the other side, Qin Shuangjue couldn't help but curse. "You must be crazy. How can you fight like this? Have you forgotten what Senior Zhao Zhouxiao told you last time?" Rumble. Lin Chen retreated and quickly refined a few pieces of substandard divine jade to replenish his energy. He narrowed his eyes and stared at all the true gods in front of him. This is the absolute suppression of numbers. Zhao Zhouxiao had warned Lin Chen before that true gods were not ants. In the divine realm, even someone as powerful as the God Emperor couldn't ignore the number of true gods. When the number of true gods reached a certain level, the quantity would bring about a qualitative change. 1,000 late-stage first-stage true gods could shake a true god who had mastered the laws of nature, and the effect far exceeded 1+1. How terrifying was 1,000 third-stage true gods? If it weren't for the divine elephant blocking most of the damage, Lin Chen would have been in trouble just now. Just the Godslayer talent alone was far from enough to make up for the absolute suppression brought about by the number of true gods. The stronger Lin Chen's cultivation was, the harder it was for the Godslayer talent to break through to the next level. The orange-grade Godslayer talent could reverse the situation in the mortal world and control the battle at the sacred boundary, but it couldn't turn the tide in the divine realm. It's suffocating. Everywhere Lin Chen looked, the sky was filled with the silhouettes of true gods. Their endless divine power turned into divine light and floated, covering the sky and earth, depicting the gods of this era. Encirclement of 10,000 true gods. There was no path to heaven and no door to hell. The encirclement of 10,000 true gods was indeed the most terrifying crisis Lin Chen had faced since he entered the divine realm. The opponent didn't give him any chance of survival or a chance to turn the situation around. Suddenly, the law of water transformed into a bright moon and fell. The violent law of darkness surged like a fog and surrounded Lin Chen, and the law of lightning roared like a thunder dragon. 10 different laws shot over like rainbows, and the mighty might of heaven attacked Lin Chen. Another 10 fifth-stage true gods broke through the encirclement and joined Lin Chen in the encirclement. Whoosh! Lin Chen stepped on the divine wind and retreated rapidly to avoid them. Green divine light floated all over his body, and Lin Chen's injuries were quickly healed by the immortal godhead, and his heavenly path points plummeted. Whoosh! Sword light pierced through the air, and Sword God Shui attacked with the law of wind. He actually caught up to Lin Chen with the help of the other true god's laws. Boom tilde. The divine sword's edge surged with the sharp law of sword, and Sword God Shui slashed at Lin Chen's head with the sword. Sword God Shui sneered. "Whoever I want to die will die. Brat, pay the price for your choice." Time and space were distorted, and a bloody line flashed past the tip of the sword. It was like a life-threatening flash. It was almost his strongest attack, and those below stage 5 divine realm couldn't take it head-on. Clang! Suddenly, Sword God Shui's sword froze in mid-air. Sword God's pupils constricted. The divine fist, which was shining with golden light, gripped the blade of his sword and shattered all of his sword techniques. How could he take on his ultimate move with one hand? I will bet everything I have in today's battle. Sword God Shui looked at the golden light in Lin Chen's eyes, and a hair-raising sense of danger rose in his heart. Boom, boom, boom. The God of War's golden light suddenly surged, and Lin Chen's wings of wind and gauntlet of wind disappeared. What replaced them was pure golden light, inextinguishable divine light, and immortal divine might. In Pill City, the God of War's praises echoed throughout the sky, and golden divine light filled the sky. Shangguan Yun, who was in the battlefield, trembled. His finally using this move, host used the golden battle god set, extreme destruction, extreme strength, extreme attack. Divine equipment characteristics, golden body of the God of War, auxiliary equipment. Host has fully charged and can activate the auxiliary equipment at any time. Chapter 1969. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth rumbled, and divine light illuminated the world. An almost invincible spirit rose in the hearts of every true god. Many experts looked over in shock. 9 layers of golden light rose in the sky, rolling layer by layer. A golden pillar of light bloomed between heaven and earth. What is that? This old man has sensed an unprecedented pressure. It's not inferior to those monsters above at all. It's not a god, ghost, demon, but it can make my mental cultivation technique tremble. Could this be this kid's trump card? He didn't use his full strength that day against the Azura King. While all the experts looked at each other in shock, the sky suddenly exploded. Bang! A figure flew out of the golden pillar of light and fell into Pill City like a meteor. It was Sword God Shui. His sword intent shattered, and his sword laws were defeated bit by bit. Even the divine sword in his hand was smashed into pieces. Sword God Shui was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and a shocking wound appeared on his chest. Hiss! Countless real gods who were about to besiege Lin Chen stopped in their tracks and gasped. A late-stage level 5 true god sword god was instantly seriously injured, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Under the golden pillar of light, a figure bathed in golden light walked out slowly. What entered everyone's eyes was a figure in golden armor, domineering and looking down on the heavens. Lin Chen's entire body was shining with golden light. His helmet had 3 dragon horns, and the outline of the golden breastplate was carved with the head of the torch dragon. It was vivid and lifelike. His shoulder armor was shaped like a dragon's teeth, and a cape was hanging on his right shoulder. His knee armor was like a dragon's claw, and his leg armor seemed to be cast with golden lacquer, shining with eternal divine light. His deep eyes glowed with a faint golden light. When Lin Chen looked up again, everyone who was stared at by those eyes felt their hair stand on end and their souls tremble. Golden. Golden God of War. Qin Shuangjue's red lips opened slightly. It was indeed the same as the secret information she had received. Could this be his posture when he destroyed the absolute beginning divine kingdom? The 2 elders invited by Jilan looked at Lin Chen. Is this the young man who helped Jilan? He's truly a celestial being. What a pity. He's good at everything, but he's too good at causing trouble. In the sky, a black-armored man wielding a divine axe blocked a few 7th-tier divine realm experts by himself. He glanced at Lin Chen from the corner of his eyes. Yes. It looked really King awesome. If he hadn't caused such a big mess, it wouldn't be bad for him to be the son-in-law of the Qin family. Inside the Divine Soul battlefield, 9 ghosts was fighting against his 2 Divine Soul avatars, and he couldn't help but glance over. Although it's an external force, it's still a little too monstrous. The power of a saint ruler can actually use such external power. If he were to grow up, he would be a huge threat to us. The 9LV9 True God Realm experts felt a sense of pressure at the same time. As expected of the head their master wanted, this was the first time they had seen such a monstrous level. The 2 Divine Soul avatars of the guild glanced at him. I didn't think that such a shocking dark horse would appear in my guild. If this young man becomes a god, he will definitely be the star of the Star Continent. The 2 Divine Soul avatars looked at each other and came to a tacit understanding. The Alchemy Guild would protect this young man. Wasn't it just protecting someone? Their guild had done so many times. Bang! Suddenly, a chasm appeared in the curved four-dimensional sky without any warning. While the various big shots were shocked, Lin Chen was not idle. Golden light flashed, and Lin Chen stepped into the void and disappeared as if he had teleported. The pupils of the sword god who had surrounded Lin Chen earlier constricted. A divine fist that was shining with golden light entered his vision and smashed into his face at lightning speed. The sword god instinctively blocked with his weapon, wanting to block this fist. Clang! Bang! The power of the fist penetrated the weapon, and cracks appeared on the blade. The destructive power penetrated his divine body, and his facial features were badly mangled. His entire body was torn apart, and his laws of nature were scattered. Buzz! After the successful punch, Lin Chen slapped the sword god's head with his palm. His 5 fingers destroyed the mighty power that suppressed the ghost god. Splat! Golden light flashed, and the divine body was destroyed. Lin Chen slapped the sword god into human skin, and even his principal spirit was crushed into nothingness. The countless experts who had participated in the attack on Lin Chen seemed to be frozen, and their faces were filled with shock. One punch, one palm. He had killed a late-stage Stage 5 Divine Realm Saber God who had comprehended the Saber Dao laws of nature. Was this guy really a sacred king? Host has received 9 high-grade set essence points, 11 high-grade set essence points, 220,000 divine-grade essence points. The dazzling golden Lin Chen floated in the air. He frowned as he watched the sword god disappear. Late-stage Stage 5 True God is really tough. He actually took 2 of my moves before dying. At that moment, the deities who heard Lin Chen's words were almost scared out of their wits. All of them looked at Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost. I only took 2 of your moves, and you call that tough? A late-stage Stage 5 True God Sword God was not so weak that he would die in 2 moves even when facing an early-stage Stage 6 Divine Realm. Everyone redefined the concept of tough. Bang! Divine light shattered the void. Lin Chen turned into a golden light and instantly rushed to the void where the dark fog was surging. Not good. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the pitch-black fog. Kai tilde. Lin Chen pulled with both hands and tore apart the dark fog condensed by the dark elemental laws of nature. He used his hand as a blade and slashed in the air. His divine power flashed like a golden rainbow in the sky. The black-robed true god, who was shrouded in dark fog, grunted twice. Then, his protective divine weapon shattered and exploded into 2. An early-stage Stage 5 Divine Realm expert was killed. The few Stage 5 Divine Realm experts who had surrounded Lin Chen earlier had fearful expressions. They all activated their laws of nature and retreated rapidly. You want to run after beating me up? It's too late. Lin Chen leaped, and the golden divine light that spanned across the sky jumped again. Lin Chen streaked across the sky alone and crashed into 2 true gods without any technique. Like a meteor falling to earth, he smashed their divine bodies into pieces. After smashing their divine bodies, Lin Chen whipped his leg in the air and crushed the 2 Stage 5 true gods into a bloody miss. The armor that shone with golden light moved like lightning. Lin Chen's palms slapped repeatedly, and a terrifying gale tore through time and space, crushing toward the 3 Stage 5 true gods who wanted to escape. The golden rainbow split the sky and tore through the clouds, penetrating the 3 divine bodies like a bolt of lightning. The 3 true gods exploded into a bloody mist, and their divine bodies dissipated along with their divine artifacts. They didn't even have time to cry out. A pale green divine dragon that shone with golden divine light suddenly appeared and swallowed the fallen divine bodies in one gulp. All the battle opportunities happened in an instant. Lin Chen turned around and charged toward the dozens of Stage 4 true gods who had surrounded him earlier. Damn it, he's coming toward us. Guard against him, we must guard against him. When the lords are free, we'll crush him in minutes. Bang, bang. Flesh and blood flew. Lin Chen punched and swung his legs, charging into the group of gods and slaughtering them all. What was despair to the gods? Just like this very moment, they could only watch helplessly as Lin Chen charged at them. They could clearly sense his aura and position. They could clearly feel his extremely powerful aura and pressure. However, they could not stop him. Even their defenses were futile. Lin Chen was like a giant that crossed the starry sky, covering the sky and earth, looking down on the gods. Every step Lin Chen took would erupt with extreme pure power, moving like rivers, and the sun and moon crossing the sky. In battle, his fists split open the starry sky, and his feet crushed mountains and rivers. His power was unstoppable, as if entering an unstoppable realm. For a time, Lin Chen completely overturned the sky in Pill City. Practically every breath, 2 stage 4 true gods would die. The formation formed by more than 10,000 true gods panicked for the first time. Chapter 1970. Lin Chen charged into the group of gods and punched out, sweeping through all enemies as if he was invincible. The group of level 4 true gods, regardless of whether they had grasped the laws or not, couldn't even take a single punch from Lin Chen. Host has received 20 divine heavenly Dao points, 200 divine rune energy, 110,000 divine blood points, 190,000 divine essence, 39 advanced set essence. Host has received 3,200 divine fire elemental energy, 5,040 divine water elemental energy, 2,300 divine dark elemental energy. Host has opened 4 divine attribute treasure chests. Received 1 million divine essence, 800,000 divine blood points, 800 divine heavenly Dao points, 1,200 divine talent points. Host has opened energy divine attribute treasure chest. Received divine induction times divine spark fragment, 4/6. He had gone crazy. Lin Chen had completely gone crazy. 80,000 desolate power. 100,000 desolate power, 150,000 desolate power, 200,000 desolate power. More and more experts were moved. The pure strength that Lin Chen unleashed during the battle was unstoppable as it surged crazily. Lin Chen, you scram. Lin Chen smashed a perfected level 4 true gods with a palm strike. Then, he punched out, and the wind from his fist pierced through the sky, killing 3 late-stage level 4 true gods along the way. Golden Battle God Set Charge, 6%. Rapidly depleting, about to decrease by 5%. Host has consumed 400 advanced set essence. Golden Battle God Set Charge, 7%. Flesh and blood splattered. Lin Chen's killing caused all the gods to retreat. This time, the Golden Battle God Set was the first time Lin Chen went all out since he used it. These true gods participating in the war all had impressive backgrounds. Some were even heroes whose names shook a region. As long as they were killed and their divine artifacts were destroyed, the set essence attribute could be replenished endlessly. The group of big shots in the sky had solemn expressions. Lin Chen's current strength had completely exceeded their expectations. If they wanted to stop Lin Chen now, only experts above level 6 of the divine realm could form a team. Over 200,000 desolate power had already surpassed the limits of late-stage level 6 of the divine realm and was close to perfected level 6 of the divine realm. If they wanted to suppress him, they would need experts at level 7 of the divine realm. The black-armored man held the divine axe in his hand and swung out a bloody line, dividing the world and intercepting the 2 7th-level divine realm experts who were trying to forcefully break out. I won't let you pass. Now is a great opportunity for this kid. If I let you guys take action, wouldn't it spoil the young man's high-spirited moment? Qin clans Qin Wan, don't bring disaster to your clan. You can't afford to offend my lord. 2 7th stage true god level characters warned him. Qin Wan carried the divine axe and sneered, you think I'm scared? What's the use of talking so much? Beat me if you have the guts. You cowards, take my axe. With a swing of the axe, the deities were once again forced into battle. It was as if they had a tacit understanding. The Alchemist Association's elders similarly fought especially hard. The words of the gods were like laws, and they possessed peerless divine might. Their formidable souls were like a vast nebula that enveloped the world, and they even forced numerous supreme experts at the 8th level of the divine realm to be unable to leave the battle. Bang! Lin Chen swung his fists like a dragon, stirring up heaven and earth. Elemental light balls scattered all over the sky, and he created a bloody path. Divine radiance scattered across the sky, and the divine dragon leaned on the side, swallowing a large number of elemental light balls. Lin Chen used his own strength to eliminate more than 100 fourth-stage divine realm experts. One man and one dragon, creating a vast and spacious path. Lin Chen stepped into the void and transformed into a golden light dragon. He flew rapidly and headed south once again. This time, facing the many true gods, Lin Chen turned around in the air like a shooting star. Boundless light gathered on his leg armor, and a world-splitting divine power was madly brewing. His pure strength was close to 300,000 units of desolate power. Fut tilde. The flesh on Lin Chen's legs began to split open, and tiny wounds began to appear. The power amplification from the Golden Battle God set was starting to approach the limits of what he could withstand at his current stage. Lin Chen transformed into a beam of golden light and fiercely struck the divine power barrier formed by the deities with his leg, destroying the barrier with one kick. Boom tilde. Bang. Waves of energy that wreaked havoc in the sky exploded. Time and space trembled violently, and the vast divine power barrier rippled. Crack, crack, crack. The divine power cracked, and the indestructible divine power barrier began to crack. More than 1,000 true gods vomited blood at the same time and were forced to retreat. This scene shocked countless alchemists who were taking refuge in Pill City. He actually broke through the barrier of the gods all by himself. What perverted strength! He actually used pure strength to crush the divine power barrier formed by the combined strength of the deities. He's so monstrous in alchemy, and his combat strength is also so heaven-defying. Is he still a sage ruler? While everyone was still in shock, Lin Chen turned around in the air and threw 3 punches. His divine power surged and heavily struck the divine power barrier. Bang! With a loud bang, the divine power enchantment barrier was completely torn apart, leaving a hole in it. Stop him for me. Don't let him go even if you die. A furious roar came from the battle circle enveloped by divine souls. It was like rolling thunder, and the power of laws and heavenly laws filled the sky, suppressing countless true gods. Kai tilde. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of colorful divine light disintegrated, and the divine power gathered in their bodies. More than 8,000 true gods actually took the initiative to remove the divine power barrier. The next moment, the sky shook, and the deities regrouped. More than 9,000 true gods circulated their divine power and prepared to kill. It was as if they were letting Lin Chen escape. This scene caused the hairs of everyone in Pill City to stand on end. The Elders Guild and the rest instantly turned pale. If Lin Chen couldn't withstand this wave of attacks, more than half of Pill City would be flattened. Even if Lin Chen escaped, it would be difficult for him to escape such a large-scale attack in such a short time. Kai tilde. Boom. 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 Time and space roared, and heaven and earth reverberated. The deities attacked. The divine power in the torrent of energy revealed all kinds of secret techniques. Countless high-level, orange-level, and even top-level battle techniques were revealed. They intertwined and merged, and thousands of forms intertwined, attacking the entire Pill City with Lin Chen as the center. Lin Chen's seemingly calm eyes burned with a crazy desire to fight. When he raised his hand slightly, buzz, buzz, buzz. Space surged, and divine light appeared. A golden divine spear enshrouded in golden light appeared. It was 20 feet long, and the tip of the spear was triangular. Lin Chen held it in his hand. Host used the Golden Battle God Set's supplementary equipment, Battle God Spear. With the divine spear in his hand, Lin Chen stepped on a brilliant divine light. The tip of the spear was pointed at the sky, and his cape fluttered in the wind. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. When they saw the divine spear appear, more than one woman in the chaotic battlefield shouted coldly, "Run!" Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream, and they all retreated from the battlefield in horror. So what if you're the deities? I have a spear, and there's no enemy in the world that I can't defeat. Lin Chen stepped on a divine light and rushed into the sky angrily, waving his spear. The divine light on the tip of the spear exploded, and the golden light seemed to cast his great Tao. The spear swept across the universe and blasted toward the divine power torrent in the sky. Kai tilde. Boom. 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 The golden light pierced through all the divine power, crushing the nebula. The divine power burst, and the torrent of energy that covered the stars and the moon was completely defeated, shooting straight into the sky. On this day, all the barriers in the sky above Pill City were completely destroyed. The divine power that spread across the sky turned into fragments and scattered, and in the center, a ray of golden light rose. In Pill City, everyone stared at this miraculous scene in a daze. Nearly 10,000 true gods were sent flying in the sky, and they were defeated one after another. Looking at the golden light pillar in the center again, the figure in golden armor was bathed in endless golden light. His cape fluttered in the wind, and he held the divine spear in his hand. He stood tall and proud, domineering in the universe. Chapter 1971. WH. What kind of divine item is this kid's golden divine spear? It can actually withstand the full force of 10,000 gods. There's actually such a heaven-defying treasure in this world. Even if it's an external item, how did this kid withstand this power? The two divine soul avatars of the Alchemist Guild were also filled with shock. They had imagined that Lin Chen was incomparably monstrous, but they never thought that he could actually shatter that attack head-on. The killing intent of the 9 great ghosts of the 9 great phantoms soared. Sure enough, their master's prediction was right. This kid definitely couldn't be left alive. He had to be killed. South of Pill City, Lin Chen held his spear and floated in the air. His aura fluctuated, the divine light in his eyes scattered, and blood streaked across his face. Inside the golden battle god armor, his entire body was covered in blood. Host overused the golden battle god armor. Remaining charge, 3%. Lin Chen resisted the spear of 10,000 gods and used the battle god armor to display power that exceeded the limits of his current body. This caused the charge of Lin Chen's battle god armor to decrease by 4%. Consumed 1900 high-grade set essence. Golden battle god armor charge, 7%. Consumed 390 god level heavenly Dao points. Consumed 821 god level heavenly Dao points. Consumed 670 god level heavenly Dao points. Activating the immortal divinity. Host's heavenly Dao points are about to be exhausted. However, that attack almost caused Lin Chen's body to collapse. It could even be said that his life was hanging by a thread. If it wasn't for the immortal divinity operating crazily, Lin Chen's spear's pure power would have been enough to burst his body. It wasn't that the battle god armor wasn't strong enough. On the contrary, it was that Lin Chen's cultivation was too weak compared to such a formation. If Lin Chen's foundation was strong enough, he wouldn't even need to use so much energy to withstand the attack of 10,000 god. Qin Shuangjue stared at Lin Chen in a daze. When he regained his senses, he immediately transmitted his voice. Lin Chen, take advantage of this and escape. Shangguan Yun transmitted her voice. Lin Chen, go to the 9th Realm Sea. As long as you enter the Realm Sea, it won't be easy for them to catch you. As long as they entered the Ninefold Realm Sea, half of the threat this time could be eliminated. In this kind of situation, with this lineup of 10,000 deities, no matter where Lin Chen went, he would be surrounded and annihilated. There was no power that could protect him, so he could only enter the Ninefold Realm Sea. And the reason why the other party would act so quickly was mainly because they were worried that Lin Chen would set foot in the 9-layered Realm Sea. Normally, the safest way to encircle and annihilate an enemy with such a terrifying lineup would be to wait until the target was isolated and helpless before making a move. But the actual situation was far more complicated. Once the target was allowed to move freely, no one could guarantee whether Lin Chen would return to the Alchemist Guild or enter the Ninefold Realm Sea after leaving the First Heaven Divine Kingdom. Once he entered the Realm Sea, wanting to find Lin Chen again wouldn't be that simple anymore. That was why the 9 great ghosts had forcefully brought their people to Pill City to kidnap him. When they discovered Lin Chen, the first thing they did was to suppress him. They didn't even hesitate to start a war with the Alchemist Association. Things might change if things were delayed. When the alchemists in Pill City saw that Lin Chen had blasted open a hole with his spear, they all began to flee. Fleeing. Lin Chen's eyes revealed a murderous glint, battle intent surging to the sky. His eyes that flickered with golden light swept across the group of level 6 divine realm experts. The true gods that were targeted by him all felt their hair stand on end. Brother Chen, I still want to kill them first and take them back with interest. If he could kill a few level 6 Divine Realm experts, the attribute points obtained would be even more terrifying, and the number of treasures dropped would probably be quite a lot. Rumble. At this time, a shocking change suddenly occurred in the battle circle enveloped by the Divine Soul. Kai. One of the 9 great ghosts' phantoms suddenly blasted a palm at the sturdy Divine Soul barrier, forcefully tearing open a hole. The white-clothed youth's Divine Soul clone snorted coldly and said, "Want to break out? Do you think I don't exist?" He flicked his sleeves and slapped. His Divine Soul shot out like a beam of light, intercepting the 9 great ghosts' phantoms and forcefully keeping them in the Divine Soul region. Suddenly, an afterimage still rapidly shot out from the previous gap. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically. When that afterimage appeared, a powerful aura descended. This is the Azura race's bloodline ability, Ghost Shadow Clone. The white-clothed youth's expression changed slightly. Ha ha ha. Those from the Alchemist Guild, watch this kid die obediently. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for. One of the 9 great ghosts' phantoms laughed like thunder, mocking the 2 Divine Soul clones. This bloodline clone had at least 30% of the main body's combat strength. To a level 9 true god, even 30% was enough to match an early-stage level 8 true god. Kai. The afterimage transformed into a ferocious giant with a green face and fangs. Its aura covered the sky and earth, completely not inferior to those level 8 true gods restrained by the 2 elders, the Elders Guild, and the other upper echelons. Oh no. Level 8 true gods are no small matter. Even if he can unleash the combat strength of that spear earlier, if this clone fights with all its might, it'll be hard for him to retreat unscathed. The Elders Guild and the others' expressions changed abruptly. Level 8 true god realm was already the level of the ancient powerhouse's founding ancestors. Want to eat me, Lin Chen? Lin Chen gripped the battle god spear tightly, his fighting spirit soaring wildly. You'll have to break a few teeth for me too. The ghostly clone with a green face and fangs was more than 100 feet tall. When it charged over aggressively, its speed was extremely fast, almost surpassing Lin Chen when he used the 3-piece wind god set previously. Suddenly, in a thousandth of a second, Lin Chen felt an abnormality. Buzz. 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 The divine core fragment spun rapidly, overflowing with powerful energy that augmented Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen's pure strength rose steadily again, causing the golden battle godset's augmentation to become even stronger. Divine Core, Azura's nemesis. My Azura's nemesis divine core fragment actually activated. This clone is actually from the Azura tribe. A trace of surprise flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. If that was the case, there was still a chance of survival in this battle. The ghostly clone's claw swiped down. It seemed to have no momentum, but the space that the claw passed through was almost instantly obliterated into nothingness. Lin Chen held the battle god spear in his hand without fear. He took a step forward and swung the battle god spear. Clang! Bang! The tip of the battle god spear collided with the ghostly clone's claw, stirring up the clouds and causing the sun and moon to sink. The entire sky above Pill City instantly cracked open a 1,000-feet-long spatial crack. When the terrifying energy wave spread, Lin Chen and the ghostly clone retreated 10 steps at almost the same time, shattering the void. Golden Battle God set remaining, 6%. The host is using strength that exceeds the limit of the flesh shell. Consuming 479 divine heavenly Tao points to activate the immortal divine core. Unable to completely heal the host's injuries. The host's heavenly Tao points have been depleted. All the experts in the Elder Guild were shocked. Lin Chen had actually withstood the attack of an 8th-stage divine realm expert. However, Lin Chen was also facing the collapse of the boundary between life and death. Just as Lin Chen was about to fight to the death, enough. A divine soul's voice reverberated between heaven and earth. A ray of red light suddenly shot out of the distorted spacetime, instantly piercing through the Sky Demon clone's body and turning it into ashes. Everyone was shocked. The divine soul's voice was leisurely. Why are you making things so difficult for a young man from the Alchemist Guild? A green-robed elder flew over, surrounded by layers of white fog. His eyes were enshrouded in cloud-like divine light, and it was breathtaking. The elder looked at the highest point of the divine soul battle ring. With a flick of his sleeve, the divine soul was removed. The elder guild members were overjoyed. Headquarters Third Elder. Chapter 1972. This third elder was not an avatar of his divine soul, but his true body. Ha ha, third elder, you came quite quickly. The white-clothed youth stood beside the old man, laughing and chatting. There was a bit of calmness between his brows. The blue-clothed old man nodded. My guild has a shocking genius. How can we allow outsiders to bully us? The 9 ghosts retreated to the side. The atmosphere was finally filled with dread. This old monster's realm was much higher than theirs. Peak 9th stage? No, perhaps a half-step divine king. The blue-clothed old man looked back at Lin Chen and said indifferently, Lin Chen brat, quickly retreat. Leave this place to our alchemist guild. Lin Chen frowned. He stood up and said sternly, Senior, one should take responsibility for one's own actions, young man. The blue-clothed old man interrupted Lin Chen and smiled. Life and death are indifferent. If you don't accept it, then do it. This is a good attitude. I can see that your fighting spirit has not disappeared. You still have a trump card, but this realm is still too early for you. After the divine realm, every stage is a different world. If you recklessly step into the peak of the divine realm, you will have to pay a price. Only when you have no other choice will you risk your life in battle. But you have a choice now, don't you? If you leave, these fellows will not be at peace day and night. A sword hangs in their hearts and a cold light pierces their bones. Torturing your enemies before taking revenge is better than directly killing them. The blue-clothed old man advised Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes flashed. After the 9,000 true divinities were sent flying, they once again regrouped. This time, their auras collapsed and they could not adjust in a short time. They did not dare to rashly attack Lin Chen. They stood in a group, the true divinities in the sky on guard against Lin Chen. In the next breath, the golden divine light dissipated. The war god's spear disappeared. Lin Chen's wings of wind unfolded once more. Lin Chen cupped his hands and laughed. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I, Lin Chen, will remember the grace of the Alchemist Guild helping me in battle. The faces of the 9 ghosts hidden in the shadows change. Stop him for me. More than 9,000 true deities gathered once more. They released their divine power, burning it into a boundless divine sea that formed a battle line that cut off space. 9 ghosts wanted to take action, but the 2 divine soul avatars immediately moved to intercept him. Suddenly, the third elder of the headquarters flicked his sleeve. His divine soul was like a torrent that could topple mountains and overturn seas, instantly piercing through space and transmitting over. A battle line of several hundred true gods was blasted away, and a gap was opened. Lin Chen's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. Once Shenlong finished collecting the attribute light balls, he instantly returned them to his body. The wings of the wind furiously unfurled as Lin Chen transformed into a beam of divine light and disappeared. He laughed loudly as he left. I, Lin Chen, will remember today's battle. The blood feud of 10,000 true gods, I, Lin, will definitely be avenged. Seeing Lin Chen's departure, Jilan's 2 elders and Qin Wn from the Qin family finally understood what he meant. They heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. I'll leave the rest to these old fellows. The rest is the Alchemist Guild's matter. We won't get involved. The big shots of the 2 families retreated from the battle circle and protected their juniors. The Stage 8 and Stage 7 experts who were stopped immediately rose into the air and surrounded the people of the guild in the void. Qin Shuangjue and Shangguan Yun looked in the direction Lin Chen left. Shangguan Yun didn't hesitate at all and immediately rushed out. The experts hired by the Alchemist Guild relaxed and also retreated to the side. Lin Chen and the people of Pill City had already retreated. There wasn't much meaning in them continuing to defend to the death. Hundreds of true gods who controlled the laws floated in the air and retreated into the formation of over 9,000 true gods. They didn't dare to rashly chase after Lin Chen, but they also didn't dare to rashly attack the big shots in the center. It's been a long time since I've seen such a big scene. The third elder took a step forward, and a 5-colored divine will appeared above his head. When it rotated slightly, a terrifying pressure spread throughout Pill City. The morale of the people of the Alchemist Guild was greatly boosted. The third elder didn't plan to have a good ending. Seeing this young man fight against 10,000 true gods, this old man was also ignited. The third elder revealed an unprecedented smile. "All of you can stay here." 9 ghosts and the others sneered. "You want to kill us with just the people of the Alchemist Guild? If you have the cultivation of a divine king, we can only retreat today. But with just you now, it's still not enough. Divine soul avatars aren't suitable for prolonged battles. You want to turn the tide by yourself? You don't have the qualifications." The third elder didn't care about 9 ghosts' sneers at all. He was calm and collected. "I'm a bit lacking in killing you all, but keeping you here for a period of time is still possible." The third elder smiled meaningfully. "The ones who should be worried are you all." Arrogant. Inside Pill City, a storm rose again. The next day, outside Star Continent, Boundless World, 2-World Mountain. The silver-dressed woman stood in the clouds. Her slender fingers lightly drew, and endless moonlight scattered down from the horizon. The continental plate map of Star Continent gradually appeared, and a group of marked starlight was quickly rushing in the direction of Realm C. "Has the first operation failed?" The silver-dressed woman's delicate dimples were beautiful and cold. A cold smile appeared on her face. "This Lin Chen won't be able to escape from my 5-finger mountain. Does he naively think that he can break free from my pursuit by heading to Realm C?" Her slender jade-like fingers stroked her hair. On the woman's beautiful side profile, her cherry lips opened slightly. Her fragrant tongue flicked out, and a trace of jade droplets fell from the side of her tongue. The sparkling and translucent jade droplets fell, dripping onto her palm. It then quickly floated into the air, turning into a peach-red Luan bird. Her fingertips lightly tapped the Luan bird. The silver-dressed woman's smile was especially cold. "Go, make Realm C go crazy. Huala tilde tilde." The palm-sized peach-red Luan bird spread its wings and flew up. When it flapped its wings, it produced spatial ripples. As if it crossed through the void, it turned into a streak of light and disappeared on the horizon. 2 days later, pitch-black mist coiled about the sky like a demonic dragon. On an island, there were several palaces. At the very front was a palace. Inside were several dozen naked women. Their cheeks were dyed red, and their eyes were rolled back. They laid on the ground, their auras charming and gentle. The air was filled with a fishy smell. Inside the palace, there was a burly man with several naked women hanging from his body. He sat at the head of the palace. He was 2 jong tall, his physique powerful. The muscles on his body were wriggling like horned dragons, his tiger eyes releasing a savage radiance. Spatial ripples appeared. The peach-red Luan bird flapped its wings and charged into the palace. It's actually that great one." The naked man stood up, his expression infatuated. His aura suddenly shook, bouncing off the corpse-like women who had their eyes rolled back. He carefully received the Luan bird with both hands. The tip of his nose lightly sniffed, his entire body trembling. "Ah, this smell, this sweetness, this is so enchanting." When the Luan bird released light, it produced a star chart. On it was engraved Lin Chen's appearance. In addition, there was a line of words. "Wanted person, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Holy King. Has many trump cards to contend against true deities, crafty and full of tricks. Bounty, 1 million mid-grade divine jades. If captured alive, the bounty will be doubled. If the conditions do not permit, then kill him on the spot and use his head or primordial spirit to receive the reward." The naked man's eyes widened, and then he faced the sky and laughed loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha. 1 million mid-grade divine jades, truly worthy of being that great one, generous and generous. A holy king is actually worth 1 million divine jades, really F***king valuable. This time, let's do it big. 1 million mid-grade divine jades." It was simply an astronomical figure. 10,000 substandard divine jades were only worth 1 mid-grade divine jade. 1 million mid-grade divine jades. It was definitely enough to set off perilous waves in any realm sea. Little ones, send the order to inform the 9 great sects. This time, we're doing something big. His laughter was like thunder. The law voice transmission shook the entire island. In front, there was 9 ghosts leading 10,000 deities in pursuit. Behind, there was Realm C's bounty of 1 million targeting Lin Chen. Realm C Death Execution Chapter 1973. The next day after Lin Chen broke out of the encirclement, an earth-shattering battle took place in Pill City. It shook the entire star continent. Hiss. The Battle of 10,000 Gods, what a big move. Which family's big shot came to Star Continent in a fit of anger? He actually sent 10,000 gods and even declared war on the Alchemist Association. What a heaven-defying battle. This is too monstrous. This Lin Chen is the true genius of Star Continent. Genius my ass. He didn't even enter the immortal state. He broke out with just the cultivation of a sage king. This Lin Chen is really a ruthless person. A mere sage king actually forced 10,000 gods to move out? When did such a ridiculous dark horse appear in the immortal realm? Too monstrous. What legacy of an ancient big shot? Compared to Lin Chen, it's not even a fart. Breaking out of the encirclement formed by 10,000 gods with the cultivation of a sage king, and even destroying the formation of 10,000 true gods. Is this something a human can do? He's definitely some big shot's illegitimate son. If not, I'll eat shit. Such extravagance is simply not something that any genius can do. He's not inferior to those geniuses who have achieved great feats. No, he might be even better. If you ask me, this F***king system has been broken by Lin Chen. To be honest, even novels don't dare to write like this. Star Continent, which had been silent for a long time, finally had a resounding name. It rushed to the top in an instant. His name was like the sun in the sky. Alchemist Association, King of Speed, Lin Chen. With the cultivation of a sage king, he refined a divine pill in a day. With his own strength, he fought 10,000 gods and even destroyed the encirclement of 10,000 gods with a single spear strike. He was almost invincible among his peers. If Lin Chen's previous battle results were considered small and did not attract the attention of the upper echelons, then, this time, it was truly shocking. More and more hidden experts in Star Continent came out of seclusion. The Battle of 10,000 Gods involved a lot of people. Star Continent, mysterious family, Qian family. The handsome and refined young master Qian Ling held the latest intelligence report with a gloomy expression. A sage king breaking through the encirclement of 10,000 deities, he recalled the advice that the peerless demon empress had given him. If you go there personally, you will be the one to die. This sentence was actually not an exaggeration, but a fact. Alchemist Guild, Pill City, Pill Tower. The third elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance with a profound look in his eyes. Senior, the young girl walked to his side and asked curiously, since Senior thinks so highly of big brother Lin Chen, why don't you bring him to the Alchemist Association's headquarters? Isn't that the safest place? Third elder turned to look at her and smiled amiably. So it's the G family's little girl. Third elder's expression revealed a bit of reminiscence. Bringing him to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters can indeed protect him for a while, but it can't protect him forever. Moreover, sooner or later, it will attract an even greater disaster. Moreover, that kid isn't someone who will quietly accept protection. Third elder's eyes glowed with the heroic spirit of his youth. He smiled and said, a true expert will always be trained through life and death situations. A fledgling under the protection of an eagle will never truly grow. He always reminds me of a legend that has disappeared. I want to see his story after he entered the Realm Sea. If he dies, it proves that he is nothing more than this. If he lives, perhaps he can find the traces of that legend. Third elder was filled with respect. When he looked into the distance, his eyes became moist. Jilan seemed to understand but did not. Her little face was vexed. In the dim divine palace, the pavilion master of the heavenly slaughter pavilion knelt on one knee like a little chick, trembling. At this moment, even if he had the cultivation of the peak 6th level of the divine realm, he was just an ant in front of the master of this divine palace. You're saying that Lin Chen has 200 saint cavities? In the divine palace, a heavy voice sounded like a demon god that had awakened from hell. Yes. It is absolutely true, there is no lie. The pavilion master cupped his fists and reported in a trembling voice. Have they returned? At the edge of the star continent, a stream of light streaked across the sky. Lin Chen's Godslayer talent state had been removed. The wings of wind flapped rapidly, and his figure flashed as if he was crossing the void. Lin Chen desperately refined the divine jades to replenish the saint power that he had consumed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's 6 clones were frantically refining the attribute points that he had obtained. Grumble. Lin Chen's stomach rumbled with hunger. His stomach rumbled. However, he couldn't care too much at this moment. He could only rush into the realm sea first. However, what surprised Lin Chen even more was that he had almost suffered a blood loss in the previous battle. What's going on? System, why is my cultivation stagnant? Lin Chen opened the system. Other than the heavenly path points that had dropped to 405 points, all his other attributes had skyrocketed. However, Lin Chen's cultivation had not improved at all. He was still. System answers the host. Mental cultivation technique has a special effect. The Tai Heaven concealing technique is special. Once the accumulation of saint points is completed, there is no need to enter the reincarnation sacred realm. Other than the God Slayer talent, there is no need for the host to enter the reincarnation sacred realm. Lin Chen was stunned. What kind of explanation was this? If he couldn't enter the reincarnation sacred realm, then his strength and battle prowess would stop at the previous level. Once he encountered a stage 4 true god, Lin Chen would have to use his killer moves to deal with the enemy. Luckily, I killed quite a number of true gods and destroyed all the divine artifacts. I obtained a large amount of set essence. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This was the first time he had suffered such a blood loss. Currently, he had 9,600 points of set essence left. The Golden Battle God set was at 7%, and the Extreme Wind God set was always at 100%. However, Lin Chen still had a fatal weakness left. He did not have enough heavenly path points. During the battle, Lin Chen's heavenly path points had always been in a state of deficit. Especially when he forcefully jumped realms to attack the 9th stage God Realm clone. If it wasn't for the Azura's natural predator, Divine Spark Fragment, help, even if Lin Chen didn't die, he would have been crippled. In the following battle, Lin Chen definitely couldn't suffer any more serious injuries. Otherwise, under the premise that he couldn't use the immortal Godhead, once his injuries snowballed, the consequences would be unimaginable. There's always an aura that can vaguely sense my location as long as it's within a certain distance. It must be the gaze of that stage 9 true god from the beginning. Lin Chen looked at the space behind him with a serious expression. First, enter the world sea and find the whereabouts of the last part of the Tai Heaven concealing technique. Or, become a god. Lin Chen already had a rough idea of how to get out of this predicament. Either obtain the last part of the mental cultivation technique, or become a god. But no matter which possibility it was, the difficulty was far beyond imagination. How could Fu Tian Emperor's information be so easy to find, and becoming a god was a huge transformation. A dark void appeared in the distance, and Lin Chen's eyes focused. World Sea, I've arrived. Whoosh. Lin Chen rode on the divine wind and rushed in without hesitation. At the edge of the 5 continents of the divine world, one could enter the world sea, but it was basically the first layer of the world sea. The world sea was divided into 9 layers, and the danger of each layer increased in a straight line. The minimum requirement to enter the first layer of the world sea was the true god realm. If an ordinary cultivator entered without the protection of a faction, it was basically courting death. Lin Chen put on a cloak and an illusory mask, turning into a black-robed young man. This was the disguise that Shangguan Yun had prepared for him. Back then, Lin Chen relied on it to sneak into the absolute beginning divine kingdom. This was one of the necessary treasures to travel the world sea. After a perfect disguise, Lin Chen rushed into the world sea and disappeared. The fifth part of the Tai heaven concealing technique, becoming a god, I must obtain it. Chapter 1974. Sea Moon Island, inside a restaurant. Few figures came and went. Some were drinking wine, some were looking at each other. The atmosphere was extremely quiet and strange. Esteemed guest, the phoenix marrow dragon liver, steamed turtle, stir-fried bear paw. A waiter presented the dishes with an apologetic smile, a strange light flashing in his eyes. The black-robed youth had an indifferent expression. He sent a message to the destiny plant pouch at his chest. Crimson, is there a problem? There is a problem with all of them. Even the wine has been drugged. You can't eat any of them. Kai. A wisp of energy turned into a blade and sliced out. The waiter with a quasi-deity cultivation was instantly sent flying. 4 of his fingers were cut off. Hiss. You dare. The black-robed youth stepped on his face, his expression indifferent. Bring me some clean things, or else everyone in your restaurant will die today. The customers in the restaurant were shaken. They actually didn't see when this youth attacked. Good fellow, it seems like he isn't a virgin, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, a fierce body refiner. He isn't someone to be trifled with. I didn't catch anything today. The waiter cried out miserably. Big brother, please spare me. I will arrange it for you. Peng. The black-robed youth sent him flying with a kick like a rubber ball. His eyes swept over everyone present. Many powerhouses put away their thoughts. Soon, a sumptuous meal was presented once more. After confirming that there were no problems, the black-robed youth ate heartily, wolfing down the food without any table manners. The black-robed youth was Lin Chen, who had disguised himself after entering the Realm Sea. There were dangers everywhere. If one didn't display strong methods, they might be eaten until not even their bones remained. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Chen stood up. He casually threw down a piece of divine jade and walked out of the restaurant. Even so, there were still several figures that followed him like ghosts. After leaving the inn, Lin Chen strolled through the streets. The streets were filled with noise and the smell of blood. There were few people here and there. Everyone deliberately maintained a distance of several dozen feet from each other. The streets were deathly silent. Everyone seemed to be communicating with sound transmissions, not making any unnecessary sounds. Lin Chen didn't say anything. He strolled along the street and carefully listened to the messages from underground, inside the city, and in every corner. Rumor has it that there will be a piece of news worth 30 million substandard divine jades at the Sea Moon auction today. TSK, who doesn't know how to brag? Save more money and join the Sky Pillar sect. Don't think about these useless things. It's a pity that I haven't accumulated enough god jades and this Sea Moon auction has already gotten a peerless odd crystal. My heart is itching just looking at it. Lin Chen collected the information and headed towards the auction at the center of the island. Crimson, how much is in the Providence plant pouch and storage ring that I gave you? In addition to the 2 spiritual plants of Providence that the Tiani divine nation gave you and the true god that you killed, you now have a total of 178,000 godly jades. There are also some elixir recipes and herbs that I haven't given you yet. Fairy Scarlet was counting the spoils for Lin Chen in the Providence plant pouch. Most true gods, except for special circumstances, wouldn't carry too many godly jades with them and would only exchange them for cultivation resources. Right now, Lin Chen intended to quickly convert his spoils of war into new cultivation resources. In the center of Sea Moon Island, Lin Chen paid the entrance fee and entered a dim hall. There were a total of 3 floors here. The 3rd floor was where the auction was held. The first 2 floors were treasure halls where goods were sold. There were rules in the Realm Sea. Once one entered the territory of the other party's forces, one couldn't easily make a move. Otherwise, one would be attacked by a group. Lin Chen stepped onto the 1st floor and bright light illuminated the entire treasure hall. The surrounding crystal counters were filled with a large number of herbs, cultivation methods, combat skills, top-grade odd crystals, divine beast materials, rare ores, and everything else. Lin Chen was envious, but he didn't have many godly jades on him, so he ignored the 1st floor and went straight to the 2nd floor. When he entered the 2nd floor, a wretched old man stopped Lin Chen. Esteemed guest, seeing that your face is rosy and handsome, I think you must be from a wealthy family. I have some good things here. The wretched old man stretched out his hand and showed Lin Chen the items on his crystal counter. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Inside the azure crystal counter, there were more than a dozen figures sealed in ice. They were all at the first level of the true God realm. Some were men, most were women, and everyone was naked. The men were cut open, and their internal organs were clearly visible. The women had tubes inserted into their wrists and extended out. Everyone was sealed in the crystal wall. Their eyes were filled with panic, despair, and trembling. The wretched old man held a small cup that was connected to a tube. Faint green-red blood flowed out of it. The blood was full of energy and contained divinity. It was the blood of a true God woman. Come. The wretched old man handed the cup to Lin Chen and said with a smile, "Esteemed guest, have a taste. You will like it. If you buy more, this old man can sell them to you at a cheaper price. Or if you have other ideas, I can also help you swap out the organs of these true gods with their body parts if there's a problem with any part of your esteemed guest." Lin Chen stared at the cup of god blood with a deep gaze. The true gods who were powerful in the outside world were actually reduced to commodities here. Everything, as long as there was value, would be squeezed to the extreme. Lin Chen took the cup. Bang! Then, he crushed it. The fire god flame in his palm burned fiercely, and the god blood evaporated. You! The wretched old man was instantly enraged, and the aura of a perfected Stage 3 Divine Realm expert was released. The divine flame in Lin Chen's eyes surged, and he released a wisp of saint power to suppress the old man. "Get away from me." The wretched old man was frightened and took 3 steps back. This young man was so oppressive. Lin Chen glanced at the true gods on the counter and turned to leave. There's actually a wisp of saint power in the divine flame. The wretched old man narrowed his eyes and stared in the direction Lin Chen left. His expression gradually became crazed. Lin Chen walked through the hall. On the entire second floor, some sold holy infants, some sold a large number of saints and quasi-gods, and some sold the organs of true gods. There was naked cannibalism everywhere. The realm sea is simply purgatory on earth. Lin Chen's expression became gloomier as he suppressed the killing intent to sink Sea Moon Island to the bottom of the sea. Lin Chen, Fairy Scarlet suddenly transmitted her voice to him softly. Lin Chen was puzzled. Fairy Scarlet said, "You are really a strange person. Among the experts I have seen, the more powerful a living being is, the harder it is for them to empathize with and sympathize with others. The stronger they are, the more they ignore all living beings and trample on countless lives. Is that so? Perhaps I was born this way. In my eyes, the oppressed are all the same. There is no difference. I hope you will always be the same." While chatting with Fairy Scarlet, Lin Chen stepped into the 3rd floor and entered the auction venue. In the dim venue, only the high platform in the center shone brightly. Inside the venue, there was a faint powerful pressure. Many powerful true gods had gathered here. The moment he stepped into the venue, the beautiful woman on the high platform smiled charmingly. The next item to be auctioned is an ancient sec. Chapter 1975. In the auction hall, a beautiful woman was wearing a muslin robe that was snow-white and soft. Her delicate body was exquisite as she covered her mouth and smiled charmingly. "I've made everyone wait for a long time." The next item to be auctioned is an ancient sect. A sect's power is an essential resource to strengthen one's own strength. It can be used to nurture death warriors and increase the young blood of the sect. "Everyone, please bid as much as you want." Lin Chen stepped into the auction hall. When he heard this voice, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He casually picked a seat and sat down. The charming woman on the high platform used chains to pull out a cage. He saw that there were over 100 people locked up in the cage. When they were pulled out, the eyes of the people in the cage were filled with fear. Their faces were full of shock. There were some old people who had despair on their faces. They couldn't even commit suicide. There were shackles around their necks that seemed to be specially restricting their divine power. Woo! Not bad. The core strength of the sect is still here. There are even young core disciples. 10 of them have even become gods. If we capture them and train them well in the sect, they will be a pretty good force. Sect Master, do you have the cultivation of a peak 3rd stage true god? Hihi, you are almost catching up to this old man who is a half-step 4th stage realm. There were strange screams in the auction hall. The owl-like laughter was terrifying. The people of the sect on the stage were completely frightened. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. They actually captured an entire sect to auction. This realm C was really a crazy place to eat people. Presumably, the other people of these sects have already been completely killed. Only those who are useful or have a high cultivation realm are sold to the realm C. The lowest cultivation realm here is at least a quasi-god. Moreover, there is a certain chance of them becoming gods. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, Lin Chen quietly waited for the item he needed to appear. Someone in the auction hall started to bid. This old man offers 70,000 substandard divine jade. If you don't have money, go home and drink milk. 70,000? This old man offers 90,000, 100,000 substandard divine jade. The bidding rose rapidly. In the end, this ancient sect was auctioned off for 145,000 substandard divine jade. The charming woman chuckled. Everyone's enthusiasm really makes one look forward to it. Her eyes burned with passion. The next item to be auctioned is a pair of twins. The beautiful woman carried a pair of baby girls from below the stage. The 2 baby girls looked at this unfamiliar place with their bright black eyes, and there was a trace of instinctive uneasiness between their brows. Miraculously, there was not a trace of crying. These 2 babies were stolen by the pavilion master of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion from the Star Continent 3 months ago. They are the Holy Infant Twins. When these 2 were born, strange phenomena appeared in the sky and golden lotuses sprouted from the ground. The heavenly light containing the Tao of light and darkness descends upon the world. These 2 girls were born with divine veins and extreme darkness and aurora physiques. They were born in the saint realm. Now, in less than 5 months, they have already reached the saint heart realm. Their aptitudes are excellent. They can be said to be peerless geniuses in the future. Moreover, the mother of these 2 children was once a peerless beauty, and in the future, she would be a peerless beauty. Using them as cultivation cauldrons was even more suitable. The starting price was 80,000 godly jades. Everyone, don't miss this opportunity. The beautiful woman's words caused a great commotion in the auction hall. 100,000 substandard divine jade. 110,000. Good seeds. In the future, they will be the right-hand men of our sect. Won't we have 2 more experts? Hee, it's so convenient to train them to play and fight. I bid 130,000 godly jade. The extreme evil and greed of human nature was vividly displayed here. Lin Chen watched all this coldly. Suddenly, the 2 figures in the front row wanted to move, but they immediately stopped. Senior sister, now is not the time, the 2 whispered, but it did not escape Lin Chen's senses. These 2, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. In the end, the genius Holy Infant Twins were bought by a beautiful woman in green. Her cultivation was unfathomable. The beautiful woman took out another item. Sword chi flowed, and the yin and yang aura was pure. It was a divine sword. She smiled and said, "The noble yin-yang divine sword is a middle-grade divine sword. The starting price is 100,000 substandard divine jade. A middle-grade divine weapon." This was a grade higher than the divine weapons Lin Chen had obtained before. Before anyone could bid, Lin Chen slowly raised his hand and threw out a price. 150,000 substandard divine jades, plus 2 top-grade orange-grade mental cultivation techniques. This high price immediately stunned many powerhouses. Lin Chen had obtained 2 top-grade orange-grade mental cultivation techniques from the Battle of 10,000 Gods. He did not need them yet, so he could use them to bid. Many people looked at Lin Chen. They saw that his face was covered by a cloak, and his aura was vague, making people unable to detect his depth. Everyone was amazed. Someone who could afford this sword, even an ordinary 5th-level true god might not have such a price. Looks like another hidden big shot has come into being. This determined bid dissuaded quite a few people. Those who wanted to raise the price hesitated and did not dare to make a move. If they went overboard, they would be the ones to lose. Congratulations to the VIP in number 25. The beautiful woman chuckled and glanced at Lin Chen. Her eyes moved, and she handed over the divine sword sealed in the sword case. Almost at the same time, Lin Chen threw out a storage ring. Both sides exchanged money and goods. Lin Chen received the sword box. He stared at the divine sword and thought to himself, this mid-grade divine weapon is 10 times more valuable than an ordinary divine weapon. If it's destroyed, the set essences I'll get will be more than 10 divine weapons. Lin Chen put away the divine sword. With the item in hand, Lin Chen was about to get up when the beautiful woman suddenly said, "Today, our auction received a notice from above. We want to give everyone a piece of important news worth 30 million substandard divine jade." The beautiful woman raised her voice, and all the true God experts present held their breaths. She smiled charmingly. This news is actually a reward. In the name of Sea Moon Island's Island Master, if you can bring the person with the reward, you will be rewarded. If the person is alive, the reward will even be doubled. Lin Chen could not help looking over. What news was actually worth 30 million? Whoosh tilde tilde. She suddenly pulled open a portrait. In the portrait, a young and handsome man was drawn. It was vivid and lifelike. This person is called Lin Chen. He has the cultivation of a holy king and has many means to rival a true god. Reward amount, 30 million substandard divine jade. Whoosh tilde. There was an uproar in the venue. Lin Chen? Which crooked melon is this? And AF asterisk king holy king? Why do you care who he is? F asterisk CK, 30 million. This is a treasure that can squeeze money out of every hole in his body. Deal with him, we must deal with him. The words of the beautiful woman in the auction stirred up 1,000 waves. A holy king was actually worth 30 million. Before Lin Chen could be surprised, the beautiful woman smiled strangely and looked in a certain direction. And what our auction wants to tell everyone today is that this holy king Lin Chen has already arrived at our auction. Don't you think so, VIP on number 25? In an instant, the entire venue was silent. Nearly 1,000 true gods mingling in the realm sea suddenly looked in one direction in unison. At this moment, the entire venue was filled with killing intent. Chapter 1976. Lin Chen was slightly stunned. 30 million substandard divine jades as a reward. A bounty for him, Lin Chen? What kind of method was this? He didn't understand. After Lin Chen made a big fuss in Star Continent, he used the extreme wind god set combined with the God Slayer talent to travel, rushing to Realm C at almost lightning speed. It was only a few days. Logically speaking, it was impossible for news about him, Lin Chen, to spread so quickly. Could it be because of the Alchemist Guild's main competition? Lin Chen thought quickly, but it didn't make sense. Even if he displayed powerful alchemy skills in the Alchemist Guild's main competition, it wasn't enough to have a bounty of 30 million substandard divine jade. The people of Realm C didn't dare to easily cross the boundary to this extent. No matter what, they were still elders of the Alchemist Guild. Friend of VIP number 25, you look a bit unfamiliar. The beautiful woman in the dark green dress smiled coldly, a knife hidden in her smile. With this bit of disguise skills, you want to enter Realm C and attempt to cross the sea? Come out. The beautiful woman pointed, and a terrifying wind law descended from the sky. Like a wind blade, it tore apart Lin Chen's cloak. Lin Chen stepped on a cloud shadow, his figure retreating rapidly. When his young face was revealed, although it was completely different from the portrait, it looked like two different people, but everyone clearly felt that when this child used a movement technique to move, what he used wasn't divine power, but saint power. This was a Realm C. Who dared to enter Realm C with Saint Realm cultivation? This black-robed youth was most likely their target, Lin Chen. When they realized this, the sudden silence only lasted for a moment, and the situation was broken in an instant. Kai tilde. Space was corroded, and a dark green talisman burned the void, suddenly descending on Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen's saint power, primordial spirit, and pure strength were all corroded, and his movements were restricted. This is, or a curse. Curse, It was a special attack method used by World Sea experts. It wasn't a bloodline ability, a secret technique, or a cultivation method. It was a type of special energy refined and condense. Lin Chen forcefully channeled his saint energy, wanting to forcefully break through the curse. Instantly, a terrifying attack erupted around him. Bang! The ceiling of the third floor of the Sea Moon auction house had been flipped upside down. Strands of divine energy shot into the sky like the sun and moon, overturning the heavens and the earth, and smashing the venue into pieces. Those who dared to participate in the auction today were at least at the fourth level of the half-step divine realm. There were dozens of powerhouses who had grasped the laws. Although everyone had ulterior motives and did not join forces, if they attacked together, it was enough to instantly tear down the venue. Extreme Wind God 3-piece set activated. All attributes of the host will be increased by 150 times. Left and right vambraces and wings of the wind, 100%. You have obtained the set characteristic, Gift of the Divine Wind. TSK. Lin Chen, who was surrounded by divine wind, broke through the encirclement. The power of this curse is almost at the level of the laws. Trying to break through in a short time actually forced me to use the Wind God 3-piece set. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Stepping on the divine wind flash, he attacked at an extreme speed that was hard to capture. With a punch, he destroyed 2 half-step divine realm experts, causing them to explode into blood mist. The divine dragon flashed above Lin Chen's head and turned into a dragon head. With a devour, it swallowed the attribute light balls and all the spoils of war dropped by the other party. Bang! 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 Divine energy shot out like after-images, and a large number of people rushed out of the sky. Damn it, 30 million substandard divine jade. Deal with him, and I will buy the Northern Desert Ocean View sect. I won't sell it for anything less. Charge. Poochie. Sword light flashed, and the venue instantly turned into a terrifying battlefield. Not only were they chasing after Lin Chen, but many experts were also fighting. When the battle started, more than half of the true gods who were chasing after Lin Chen were stabbed in the back and were instantly severely injured. There were many experts present, and there was only one reward of 30 million divine jades. Even if they took down Lin Chen, they might not be able to take him away. However, if they could kill a few divine realm experts in the chaos, that would be a real benefit. There were even some who took advantage of the chaos to rob the second floor of the Ocean Moon auction house. Kill 1 to break even, kill 2 to make a profit. The idiots are still chasing after Lin Chen, and the smart ones have already robbed the first floor. Get out of my way. The Ocean Moon auction house was instantly in chaos. However, the few people in charge of the auction house were hiding in the dark. High up in the sky, 4 figures were floating in the air. Each of them was a stage 5 divine realm expert. A purple-haired youth suddenly smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that they will cause damage and cause losses?" The other 2 elders stroked their beards and smiled. Kill with a borrowed knife. If they succeed, they will earn back their capital and interest. Moreover, we can use these guys to test this kid's strength. As long as he is still on Ocean Moon Island, the barrier will be enough to trap him and prevent him from escaping. Only a black-robed man stared in Lin Chen's direction without saying anything. The 2 elders were puzzled. "Island Master," the black-robed man said calmly, "don't underestimate the enemy. I have a feeling that this kid is not simple." Boom tilde. Sword chi fell from the sky, and a sword light blocked Lin Chen's path like a sword that could cut through the galaxy. The 4 elders held swords and wore masks. They were 4 mid-stage 4 true godsword gods. These 4 old monsters had actually predicted Lin Chen's escape route from Lin Chen's instant change of gaze just now. Now, only a group of forces and sects could break through the encirclement and block Lin Chen's path. Otherwise, the other experts wouldn't even have time to guard against a hidden attack from behind. The wings of wind flapped rapidly, and Lin Chen's speed did not decrease. His legs burned with the red fire god flame, and he soared like a dragon, furiously attacking the sky. Get lost. Lin Chen kicked horizontally in the air, and he burned into a flame and fell like a meteor. The top orange battle technique, Battle God Astral Flame's Flame Flash, was like wind and lightning. In an instant, It exploded and split into shadows. The divine wind helped the fire, and the sky was instantly filled with flames, burning the sky. Not good. The 4 old sword gods, who were of one mind, secretly cried out. Bang! 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 5 flaming meteor-like auroras passed through the 4 old sword gods' sword energy defense and forced them all back. Tianyi divine nation's cultivation technique is fierce. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. The battle god astral flame could increase one's speed. The faster the speed, the stronger the power. In addition to his fire god flame, it was even better. However, not many experts noticed that when the chaotic battle started, on the first floor of the auction house, divine light descended from the sky, and 6 black-robed men appeared at the same time. They stared at the 4 figures in the sky and smiled playfully. You want to mess with me, Lin Chen? I have already predicted your plan. If you want to kill with a borrowed knife, I will do it secretly. When a dark horse appears, it will attack from behind. The 6 black-robed young men smiled knowingly. They leaped into the air and swept out their legs like after-images. Divine flames fill the sky. The fire snake-like divine flames shot out and turned into a flaming tornado. It was mixed with a storm of leg shadows, and in an instant, it split into 5 and swept through the entire first floor of the auction house. When the main force's main body was targeted, the 6 illusionary clones each used a top orange battle technique. With the superimposed instant light split shadows, no one below the mid-4th true god realm could block it. Attribute light balls flew in the sky, and the gods fell. The sudden change was out of everyone's expectations. Chapter 1977. The fiery snake-like leg shadows swept over like a storm, shattering a large number of barriers and killing and looting true gods. Attribute light balls flew all over the sky and rolled onto the ground. In this wave of attack, more than 10 true gods below 3rd level perfection were instantly killed and burned into ashes. A group of half-step 4th level and early 4th level true gods were sent flying thousands of feet away, their bodies covered in burns and charred bloodstains. Bang! 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 Countless buildings were destroyed, and the first level of the auction house was completely destroyed. 6 black-robed youths used their movement techniques and frantically collected the treasures on the first level. Several divine weapons, herbs, divine ores, treasures, pill recipes, and cultivation techniques were all collected without exception. Those slaves on sale and true gods who were treated as commodities seemed to be intentionally avoided. When the fiery snake surged over, it was controlled to perfection, shattering all the shackles on their bodies and freeing them. We have regained our freedom. Is this real? What happened? Could it be that after coming to the Realm Sea, we still have a chance to escape? Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Their faces were filled with ecstasy and disbelief as they looked at the black-robed youth who had released them. Lin Chen's illusionary doppelgangers suddenly shouted coldly at the same time, their voices echoing throughout the sky. Oppressed ones, will you kneel to live or die standing? Choose for yourselves. Lin Chen threw out thousands of divine jades to everyone, leaving the choice to them. Boom! 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 Many angry true gods responded. Even though they were unarmed and defenseless, their willpower and the limited amount of divine power they had were enough to pierce through everything. The true gods who were captured and sold have all been released. Why was the first level shattered? Something's not right. That power just now was Saint power. Saint power can actually create such a terrifying large-scale attack. Could it be? Everyone in the sky looked at each other and thought of a terrifying possibility. It couldn't be. Go down immediately and take a look. Suppress them. That purple-haired youth's figure shifted and disappeared into thin air. Rumble tilde. On the other side, an earth-shattering attack came crushing over. There were more than 15 4th-level true gods who launched lightning-like attacks at Lin Chen. All of a sudden, a dragon roar shook the world. Lin Chen's divine dragon appeared out of nowhere. His dragon body was surrounded by an indestructible golden glow and was protected by the Taishi divine light. After going through many bloody battles and devouring a large amount of true gods and divine realm experts, Lin Chen's divine dragon veins had already exceeded 1,000 divine dragon veins. His cultivation was equivalent to the early stage of the 4th level of the divine realm. Bang! 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 The godly dragon blocked most of the attacks with the Taishi divine light in its body. Then, it turned into a streak of divine light and returned to Lin Chen's body. With a flap of the wings of wind, Lin Chen burst out with an astonishing speed, flashing past in an instant. All the deities watched as he broke out of the encirclement. In less than 2 breaths, he had already left all the deity realm experts far behind, as expected of a young man worth 30 million substandard divine jades. He really had some skills. Buzz tilde. All of a sudden, a violent storm appeared in the heavens and earth, accompanied by thunderous rumbles. The violent storm and sea of lightning rolled across the horizon, blocking off all of Lin Chen's paths. The law of thunder and the law of wind were like 2 ancient beasts that blocked Lin Chen's path. It's just a peerless odd crystal. You're not the only one with one. Using the power of a holy king to control the power of a peerless odd crystal and defeat 4 4th-level true gods. I have to say that he's a genius. He's indeed a foreign species with a bounty on his head. A beautiful woman in a dark green dress and a white-haired young man with his hands behind his back floated in the air. The 2 of them stepped out of the sea of lightning and storms. One of them was surrounded by the law of wind while the other was wielding the law of thunder and lightning. The law of thunder and lightning emitted violent heavenly might as they looked down at Lin Chen arrogantly. Are they here? Lin Chen looked solemn. It wasn't that he couldn't deal with these 2 5th-level divine realm experts. With the 3-piece wind god set, he could give it a try. However, he could vaguely sense that the gaze that had been spying on him like maggots was approaching. After experiencing the curse personally, Lin Chen felt that this technique was similar to a curse. It was a strange curse set up by one of the 9 great ghosts peak true god. They had entered the realm sea and were near Lin Chen. The only gap was that the other party hadn't locked onto Lin Chen's position. The realm sea was filled with the spatial sea that disturbed one's perception. There was also the mirage fog that flowed to the various islands. Even if a god king entered, their perception range was very limited. This was Lin Chen's only natural advantage that the realm sea gave him. There was a tiger in front and a pack of wolves behind. There were even tens of thousands of gods chasing after him. If he took a wrong step, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. There are still 4 days for the god-defying army and 30 days for the god-slaying army. If I'm caught, even with the golden battle god set, it'll be difficult to kill my way out. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes as a hint of madness gradually appeared in his eyes. Isn't it just guerrilla warfare? Since that was the case, then he would play big. He continued to head deeper into the realm sea. He had to ferret out the person behind Lin Chen's arrest and also complete the accumulation of becoming a god. He also had to find out the last volume of the mental cultivation method, facing death to live. Thinking in a flash, the beautiful woman and the white-haired youth brazenly attacked. Sky falling divine wind. She raised her hand and a several hundred jong wind blade that swept through the 9 heavens cut through the void. It fell straight down from above Lin Chen's head and attacked Lin Chen with a speed that crossed dimensions. 9-layered lightning killing finger. A wisp of divine lightning appeared out of thin air. 9 layers of lightning shattered the universe. The violent lightning laws were condensed into an aurora. The void split open and shot into the sky. Divine dragon possession. Kai tilde. Bang. 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 When the explosion that tore apart the sky reverberated, a divine fist shining with golden light pierced through the divine wind tornado. Lightning radiance shot out in all directions and dissipated into fragments. They were smashed into fragments by the golden divine radiance in the palm. What? While the 2 of them were shocked, a golden divine radiance flashed. The white-haired youth didn't even see who attacked and his divine body exploded with a tearing sound. His divine body was pierced into a huge hole. How is this possible? Before this early-stage 5th-stage God Realm expert died, he looked at the golden armored figure in the void in disbelief. He was wearing golden armor. Golden divine radiance scattered across the sky. Invincible praises seemed to come from the 9 heavens. His divine might looked down on the world and his divine power suppressed the heavens. He was like a giant that split the heavens and earth. His entire body was filled with invincible power, as expected of my divine dragon. I didn't kill so many true gods to raise you in vain. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with terrifying confidence and battle intent. Previously, the divine dragon was only at the realm of 300 desolate power. However, after Lin Chen went through the encirclement of 10,000 true gods, he let the divine dragon absorb all the true gods' blood and qi. Even those experts that he killed were devoured by the divine dragon. As a result, when the divine dragon broke through and grew to 1,000 desolate power, when he was possessed by the divine dragon, his physical shell foundation was even stronger than the God Slayer talent from before. Other than his cultivation not being as strong as when he was in the God Slayer state, Lin Chen's current foundation when using the Golden Battle God set was almost comparable to his previous state. Without using the Battle God Spear, Lin Chen could almost fight a 6th-stage God Realm expert. Using the Battle God Spear, he could fight a 7th-stage God Realm expert. Ordinary early-stage 5th-stage true gods would be courting death if they encountered Lin Chen who was using the Golden Battle God set. How is this possible? The moment the beautiful lady turned pale, she used all her skills. Her delicate body shifted a few times as she used the law of wind to escape with godly speed. Even the Sea Moon Island Lord couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. This Sage King was ridiculously strong. It was 2F** King ridiculous. Since you guys attacked first, I will have to use all my strength to receive your attack. Lin Chen smiled coldly. With a step, he shattered the void and suddenly leaped into the air. In the next second, Lin Chen suddenly landed on the ground. His leg armor stomped heavily on the void. Rumble. Bam. 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 Tsunamis and raging waves swept across. At this moment, all the true gods' eyes trembled with fear. The curved four-dimensional sky started to tilt. Lin Chen's battle intent soared into the sky, revealing a spirit that could shock heaven and earth. I'll let you guys have a taste of this power that can pierce through dimensions. Chapter 1978. Ka. 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 In the sky above Sea Moon Island, the atmosphere split open and the airflow reversed. Terrifying power pierced through the void, forming a vortex-like center. The sea waves raged, rolling up 100 jong tall waves. The terrifying rumbling was like the roar of heaven and earth. The entire super-large island began to tremble. The divine power barrier shook violently and was about to collapse. In the sky above Sea Moon Island, with Lin Chen's legs as the center, he fiercely stepped on the void. Golden light sparkled and condensed into a point, causing the space-time dimension to continuously collapse. All of you, come here. Lin Chen shouted coldly. His pure power surged violently again. His leg armor exerted force, causing the space of the realm sea to become chaotic and distorted. All the true gods that tried to sneak attack Lin Chen began to be sucked toward Lin Chen's countercurrent as if they were uncontrollable. To give the most obvious example, space-time was a flowing sponge, and space was the surface of the sponge. When an extremely heavy metal ball was placed on the surface of this sponge, the surface of the sponge would be pressed down by the weight of the metal ball. Lin Chen was this metal ball. He used his pure power to step on the void and directly bent the dimension. When the dimension was bent, everything within the bent spacetime would tilt in the direction of the bend. This was also the reason why the gods couldn't escape at this moment. It wasn't that they were sucked over, but rather that spacetime was collapsing towards Lin Chen. This was a technique that could only be used when one controlled pure power to the extreme. It was completely unreasonable and without any reason. Just by relying on pure power, one could break through the spacetime dimension. What kind of technique is this? This old man's movement technique can't rush out? My divine power seems to have sunk into the endless void. There's actually no response at all. The gods were shocked. Divine light burned around their bodies, and their divine power soared into the heavens, sweeping across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. They activated their killing techniques and attacked Lin Chen. Lin Chen flicked his finger, and a ray of golden light split heaven and earth. It streaked across the sky and crushed the divine power that was attacking him. Golden body of the war god. The majestic golden battle god set swirled with layers of inextinguishable golden light, protecting Lin Chen's armor like a barrier. Lin Chen forcefully withstood all the attacks. At the same time, he slapped out with both of his palms, and a world-destroying divine power tore through the waves of attacks. Bang! 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 The sky surged, and the mighty power of the laws withered and shattered. Lin Chen continued to shatter these true gods' attacks that were mixed with law attacks. Seeing that their attacks were hopeless, the deities attempted to flee. However, they discovered a terrifying truth. Regardless of whether he used a spatial artifact, used his divine power to forcefully leave, or mobilized the power of laws to break out, he was actually unable to do so. Whoosh tilde. Sea Moon Island's island master's body tilted as he was actually dragged over. With his cultivation, he was unable to charge out of the range of the whirlpool. The two old men and the Sea Moon Island master were shocked. With their cultivation, they could clearly sense that the space-time had been completely bent. TSK. Rumble tilde. Lin Chen punched forward, and a golden fist wind flashed, sweeping through the surroundings. 10 fourth-stage Divine Realm experts were blown into elemental light balls that filled the sky. Even though Lin Chen's pure power was concentrated on his greaves, this punch still contained more than 100,000 desolates. It was enough to match a 6th-stage Divine Realm expert and kill a 4th-stage Divine Realm expert who had yet to control the laws. It was a complete suppression and instant kill. No. No. How can I die in the hands of such a brat? Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Hundreds of true gods' divine bodies shone brightly. The 5 elements, yin and yang, wind, lightning, light, darkness, blood, rain, and wind, all kinds of elemental divine powers turned into rays of divine light that shot into the sky. The heavenly cycle laws rumbled, and the winds and clouds changed. The deities triggered their final desperate counterattack. However, when the dazzling golden fist came crashing down, it crushed all the laws and divine powers. Lin Chen's divine fists rained down like a violent storm. Each of his punches contained 100,000 desolates power. When they swept across the sky, they were like iron hammers smashing eggs. There was no suspense in the absolute suppression of power. Golden Battle God Set remaining charge, 4%. 3%, obtained 35 points of high-grade set essence, 20 points of high-grade set essence. Charging the Battle God Set. The Golden Battle God Set was being consumed at high speed, but it was quickly replenished. The true gods were beaten until their remains flew everywhere. Those who had yet to control the laws died without a complete corpse. In less than 30 breaths of time, more than 200 true gods had died. Every one of them was an old monster who had been in the realm sea for 1,000 years. In terms of methods and battle achievements, they surpassed experts of the same realm in the 5 continent. It wasn't that there was no way to counter Lin Chen's move. On the contrary, there were many ways to counter it. The simplest and most crude way was that if the true gods could combine their divine powers and attack in a certain direction, forcefully flattening space and time, they could leave this dimension that had been pierced through. However, no matter how strong the experts of the realm sea were or how cunning they couldn't use such a method. In the realm sea that ate people and sucked their marrows, trusting others was equivalent to committing suicide. Therefore, even if they came from the same faction, they might not be able to join hands without any distractions. It was far different from the battle. Lin Chen had been surrounded by 10,000 true gods. Even if these true gods died, they wouldn't join hands. Only trusting yourself had already become a survival rule engraved in their bones. No, Lin Chen, let's talk. I am the island master of Sea Moon Island, the person in charge of this place. Several voice transmissions were quickly transmitted to Lin Chen. His divine power was abundant, far surpassing that of an ordinary 5th-stage divine realm expert. He was almost an expert who had 1 foot in the 6th stage of the divine realm. Oh! Lin Chen's mind stirred. Island Master? Seeing Lin Chen's attack pause, the Island Master in black clothes quickly transmitted his voice. Yes, if you and I fight like this and force my people into a dead end, it won't be good for anyone. In the end, if we end up dying together, the gains won't make up for the losses. Why don't we stop here? My Sea Moon Island will compensate you greatly for your losses. Furthermore, we will not participate in your arrests. The Island Master was eager to express his stance. Lin Chen sneered. You are the one in charge. Dying together? Who are you looking down on here? Weren't you high when you were arresting me? Now you want to talk about compensation? If I kill all of you, I'll take whatever compensation you want. I'll let you have your say. Lin Chen raised his hand and punched out. Terrifying divine power surged out as a golden fist wind of 100,000 desolates power blasted out like a hurricane. The island master in black clothes gritted his teeth as a huge pitch-black saber appeared in his palm. He slashed forward with the saber and the law of darkness shot out, transforming into a saber aura that swept across the sky like an evil dragon. The two old men beside him were entwined with divine power as laws rumbled. The laws of ice and fire were like two tornadoes that wreaked havoc as they struck out at Lin Chen. The three of them joined forces. Bang! Bang! Fist forces shot out in all directions as laws fluctuated. When the three of them attacked, they unleashed an attack that was comparable to a sixth-stage divine realm expert. You can take one punch, but how many punches can you take? Lin Chen's aura fluctuated as he remained unmoving like a mountain. His punches were like a dragon as he stood between heaven and earth without collapsing. Just by standing there alone, he caused the surroundings to turn cold and the deities' souls to scatter. Damn it, this lunatic. The three of them cursed. Just as the island master was about to call back his Sea Moon Island's guardian, the purple-haired youth, who was dealing with Lin Chen's avatar, saw this and decisively fled. Damn it, there are really weirdos every year. This year, they are especially fierce. When the purple-haired youth rushed out of the Sea Moon Island, he suddenly turned back. His eyes were filled with lingering fear after escaping death. This fellow's strength is extremely confusing. He seems to be a sage ruler, but it might be far beyond the 30 million substandard divine jade bounty. It was simply unrealistic to take down this lunatic. Chapter 1979. Two figures were hiding outside Sea Moon Island's auction. Not only did they evacuate the imprisoned true gods, but they also protected many young men and women who were sold here. The cloaked youth clicked his tongue in wonder. Senior sister, why do you think this Lin Chen is so ferocious? The black-clothed woman nodded and said, his pure strength makes me vaguely feel that it's similar to one of the legendary 10 great laws, the law of force, a hiss. The cloaked youth was surprised. The top 10 law of force among the 3,000 great Taos? I've never seen any expert control such a savage law. The black-clothed woman's gaze shifted. Let's wait and see. Our target has been restrained by him and is even injured. It'll be easier for us to attack later. Sneak attack. Here, I like this. I like attacking from behind when I'm least expecting it. Air currents reversed. Obtained 121 divine heavenly Tao points, 290,000 divine essence points, 3,200 divine water-type energy points. Lin Chen's attribute points rose steadily, and his momentum was unstoppable. The attribute points obtained from this battle far surpassed the previous battle of the 10,000 deities. During the battle of the 10,000 deities, Lin Chen was practically looking for opportunities to break through. Although his battle record was ferocious, the opponents he killed were limited. But this time, it was different. Not many of these Realm C experts were willing to join forces. They were like a sheet of loose sand, crushed by the golden battle god set. It was completely different from before. Seeing the three stubbornly resisting until the end, and more experts beginning to figure out how to charge out of this collapsed space, Lin Chen immediately made a decision. He suddenly rushed out, shattering the void and transforming into a golden flash as he took the initiative to attack. Bang! 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 The golden flash flashed past, instantly crushing more than 10 fourth-stage true gods along the way. It was like a hot knife through butter, crushing his opponents with pure strength alone. The space collapse has been dispelled. This kid is difficult to deal with. Call for reinforcements. Just as the three of them were about to retreat, Wang Tilda. The space was suffused with pitch-black divine power as Lin Chen struck out with his palm. Host activated God Guide Times Divine Spark Fragment, consuming 1,120 divine heavenly Tao points. Boom tilde. A pitch-black, profound, and majestic divine power condensed into a barrier that enveloped the entire area. Over 100 true gods were suppressed, and the three people in the center were suppressed by the terrifying gravitational force of the gods' gravitational force to the point that they could barely breathe. Now, he had 4 fragments of the divine guide Godhead, and with enough heavenly Tao points, he could even release a divine guide barrier that could suppress experts at the 6th, 7th, or even higher stage of the divine guide Godhead. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the 3 of them were suppressed by the divine summoning enchantment and their movements were restricted. Lin Chen turned around in midair and slammed his elbow into Sea Moon Island Master's temple. Crack. Bang. The Sea Moon Island Master's head flew up into the sky as blood splattered everywhere. In a situation where he no longer needed to maintain the suppression of the dimensional energies, Lin Chen's pure strength was able to erupt with even greater power. The Sea Moon Island Lord, an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation, had fallen just like that. As an expert of the First Realm Sea, Sea Moon Island Master's strength and sphere of influence were almost at the upper echelons of the First Realm Sea. Boom! His fist was like a dragon, causing space-time to rumble and tremble. Lin Chen's fist exploded with more than 200,000 units of desolate power and went straight for the 2 elders beside the Sea Moon Island Master. The dazzling golden fist wind instantly penetrated their nomological defense, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the young man they thought they could easily kill with a borrowed knife would actually be the end of their life. Young people nowadays are really monsters among monsters. The nomological defense was destroyed, and the 2 elders' divine bodies fell. Another 2 late-stage 5th-stage divine realm experts had perished. Lin Chen's pure strength, which was enough to instantly injure a 6th-stage divine realm expert, and his divine guide barrier, caught the 3 of them off guard. They were forced to face it head-on and were unable to withstand it. Just like that, the 3 famous experts of the Realm Sea perish. In this round of lightning-quick attacks, Lin Chen had instantly consumed a large amount of energy and attribute points, but he had obtained an opportunity to reverse the situation. After the 2 elders and the Sea Moon Island Master, new attribute treasure chests dropped. There were a total of 4 attribute treasure chests. Lin Chen immediately opened them, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. It was as if he was saying, "Where's the ultimate heaven-defying talent fragment?" Host opened Divine Attribute Treasure Chest. Received 50 million Divine Level Essence. Host opened Divine Attribute Treasure Chest. Received 10,000 Divine Level Talent Points. Host opened Divine Attribute Treasure Chest. Received 20,000 Divine Level Rune Energy Points. Host opened Divine Attribute Treasure Chest. Received King of Speed Extreme Wind God Armor Wind God Right Greaves. The 4th Wind God component. Lin Chen was moved. It was actually a Wind God Armor component. In that case, he was only 3 pieces away from the complete set. Although I don't have the ultimate heaven-defying talent fragment, at least I didn't lose out. With this 4th Wind God component, my strength will increase greatly. Suddenly, Lin Chen's entire body was in intense pain. From his arms to his shoulders, legs, and knees, it was as if his bones and tendons were being twisted. Did I overuse the golden battle god armor? Lin Chen shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. Using the power to temporarily break through dimensions was still too much of a burden on his body. The most direct observation was that his cultivation was still not enough. Not only did Lin Chen need a stronger physical shell, he also needed a higher realm to be able to control it. When he removed the battle god armor, many experts had already fled in fright. The Sea Moon Island was desolate. At least 1/3 of the true gods who wanted to kill Lin Chen had died in this battle. There were even dozens of true gods who had grasped the laws of nature. In almost a short 15 minutes, the Sea Moon Island's scenery changed greatly. The center of the island split into 2 halves. The forces and buildings on the island collapsed. After the Sea Moon Island's barrier shattered, the island would sink to the bottom of the sea not long after. The bottom of the Realm Sea was filled with chaotic 4-dimensional spatial turbulence and large amounts of spatial fragments. It was not an area where living creatures could set foot in. Host received 212 Divine Level Cultivation Technique Soul Essences, 128 Divine Level Talent Points, 5,500 Divine Level Water-type Energy Points. When Lin Chen's clone was collecting attribute light balls for him, a figure fell from the sky and exploded into a bloody mist. It was the beautiful woman in green. She was one of the experts of Stage 5 of the Divine Realm who chased after Lin Chen first. Lin Chen activated his mental cultivation method and entered a state of alert. He stared at the two figures in the void and was ready to use the divine elephant godhead at any time. These two people were the ones he had eavesdropped on in the auction house. Their cultivation was not to be underestimated. Lin Chen, who could not use the battle god armor for the time being, could not ignore the combat power of these two people. Brother Lin Chen, don't be so alert. We are not here to make trouble for you. Suddenly, one of them took off his cloak and revealed a handsome face. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He grinned. My name is Ntulang, and I come from the Heaven continent. Thanks to Brother Lin Chen, we can complete our mission safely. Thank you very much. After saying that, he even threw a jade box at Lin Chen. Lin Chen frowned and opened it. He couldn't help but be moved. Sealed in the jade box was a divine elixir with golden patterns. It was a divine elixir, the golden jade heaven primary elixir, a divine healing elixir. With Lin Chen's experience, he could see that the elixir was not fake. This showed the other party's sincerity. It seems that you are quite sincere. When Lin Chen let down his guard, a beautiful figure floated over with two baby girls in her arms. They were the two holy babies that had been sold in the auction house. Lin Chen suddenly realized that they were the target of these two people. Before Lin Chen could reply, several divine lights suddenly appeared outside Sea Moon Island. When the divine lights shone, three figures appeared. They were Qin Wan and Qin Shuangjue of the Qin family. The woman in the lead was Shangguan Yun. Lin Chen was stunned. My goodness, how did you guys find me? Shangguan Yun saw Lin Chen and had no time to explain. She immediately said seriously, don't worry about it. The first realm sea and the second realm sea have been turned upside down. You are wanted at a high price. You are attacked from both sides. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and said calmly, oh, so what if it's a pincer attack? I'm not afraid of being pinced. Chapter 1980. When Qin Wan descended from the sky, he looked around and clicked his tongue in wonder. This little guy really did something big again. Sea Moon Island is considered one of the top forces in the first layer of Realm C, but he directly defeated it. TSK, this temper, I like it. Qin Shuangjue held his forehead and said helplessly, should I say you are brave or inexplicably optimistic? Lin Chen said seriously, being brave is a kind of attitude. When it's time to be tough, you have to be tough. Little guy. Qin Wan walked over and said seriously, if you want to live, you can only enter deeper into Realm C, or find a powerful power in the outside world to protect you. According to my many years of experience, this time, the arrest warrant in Realm C and the encirclement of 10,000 deities, there is an extremely high chance that the same power has set their eyes on you. Lin Chen said with a smile, thank you, senior, for your advice. If you want to thank someone, thank her. Qin Wan looked at Qin Shuangjue with a faint smile. Behind me is Qin family, which involves too many people. I came this time because Shuangjue wants to make sure you are safe. You have to walk on your own from now on. Shangguan Yun looked at the other two and narrowed her eyes. These two are Tian Continent's Divine Wind Sect, and Tsulang. Divine Wind Sect, Su Mujio. When the two introduced themselves, Shangguan Yun's beautiful eyes flashed. Qin Wan looked at the two with interest. Oh, two of Divine Wind Sect's top 10 disciples, I didn't expect to meet here. These two people's cultivation was stronger than Qin Shuangjue's early 5th layer. One was late 5th layer, and the other was perfect 5th layer. Qin Shuangjue said in surprise, the top 10 disciples of Divine Wind Sect who are the closest to achieving great achievements. And Tsulang smiled embarrassedly. You flatter me, I'm still far from it. It's mainly because of senior sister. The white-clothed woman holding the two babies glanced at him. If you were less reckless, your cultivation would have caught up with mine. And Tsulang said seriously, that's impossible. If a man is not reckless, how can he be dissolute? Lin Chen transmitted his voice to Shangguan Yun. You know them. Can these two be trusted? Shangguan Yun nodded. At least they are more trustworthy than the guys in Realm C. Shio, shio, shio. Whooshing sounds could be heard as over 100 figures descended. Greetings, benefactor. This group of true deities were all experts who were previously sold to the Realm C or suppressed here. Lin Chen looked at everyone and asked curiously, "You want to follow me?" The leading green-clothed man said with a sunken voice, "Our sects, forces, loved ones, they were all destroyed by the forces in Realm C. As long as we can get revenge, we are willing to do anything for benefactor." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Every single one of their eyes was burning with a towering rage, as though they wanted to burn everything in this world. Shangguan Yun transmitted her voice, "Do you want to bring them along? Now that you're being hunted down, unless you want to use their lives as tools, they're just a bunch of burdens." Lin Chen smiled playfully. "I know you have a solution." Shangguan Yun was stunned. She facepalmed and said, "I really can't stand you." Then, Shangguan Yun stepped forward and said coldly, "Gong Zheng is currently being hunted down and has no time to care about you. If you want to repay your kindness and take revenge, follow me." Shangguan Yun said resolutely, "If you want to take revenge, you have to have enough power first. With your damaged divine bodies, you can't do anything great." The 100 over true deities looked at each other. With Lin Chen adding fuel to the fire, they resolutely chose to follow Shangguan Yun, recultivate their strength, and wait for an opportunity. Qin Shuangjue asked again, "What do you plan to do next?" She chased after Lin Chen to make sure he was safe. Since she kept Qin Wn by her side, she definitely couldn't let this Qin family's daughter be in such a dangerous situation again. Lin Chen stroked his chin and said with a naughty smile, "Plan? Of course, to go all the way. I, Brother Chen, like to play tricks the most." Lin Chen turned to Nsulang and Su Mujio and said, "I have a cooperation. I wonder if the two of you are interested." Seeing Lin Chen's naughty smile, Qin Shuangjue's heart shook. "This guy, what kind of trouble is he up to again?" Lin Chen pointed at Shangguan Yun and said, "Let's split up." Saint Power burned in his palm and drew a divine flame star map, marking several points. "Since someone wants to completely kill me, why don't we go and see who it is? Only children make choices. I, Lin Chen, want all of them." In the first realm sea, there were layers of sea fog that blocked the senses of the true deities. The next day, in the sky above Sea Moon Island, a large group of true deities stepped on the air and descended. An unprecedented divine power burned into sword-like divine light, soaring into the sky and diluting the shroud of the fog. The 9 figures in the lead wore black robes and were illusory. The eyes hidden under the black robes flickered like ghostly fire. "Are we too late?" The black-robed figure said coldly. The black-robed figure said coldly, "This kid still has the strength to destroy the Sea Moon Island. It seems that he is not a spent force." One of the 9 youths sneered and said, "It's just Sea Moon Island. If he meets us, he'll still die." There were as many as 10,000 true deities in this group. 10,000 true deities had already stepped into the realm sea. The black-robed man looked at the man with the green vertical eye and asked, "Old Seven, how is it?" Old Seven frowned and said coldly, "His position is too blurry. The most important thing is that the Azura ghost I can lock onto a person's divine body and divine power essence. However, this guy's saint power is very strange. It's as if there are 2 people's saint power in his body, switching and stopping at times. It's very difficult for me to lock onto him." The black-robed old man frowned and flicked his sleeve. "We can't continue like this. Let's split up and move out in 5 teams. Master has already issued a wanted order in the realm sea. This guy can't escape. According to the previous battle, he doesn't have the foundation to contend against a 9th stage true deity. He can't even deal with an 8th stage true deity. As long as he meets any one of us, he'll definitely die." On this day, the first realm sea and second realm sea were in complete chaos. A shocking bounty notice caused all the evil characters to go into a frenzy. Saint King Lin Chen, a bounty of 60 million substandard divine jade. Some powers found it troublesome and even directly declared that they only wanted the dead and not the living. Some powers even offered a price of 100 million substandard divine jade. This wanted order attracted countless experts to move out. There were even several powers from the Second Realm Sea that rushed into the First Realm Sea. The First Realm Sea was in complete chaos. Sky Profound Island. The Sky Profound Island that was floating in the sky was like a huge monster that hung high in the sky, hidden in layers of dense fog. At the center of Sky Profound Island, palaces stood in great numbers. In front of the main hall, the Sky Profound Island Master was currently drinking wine and singing. He was carefully watching beauties play the flute. He had beauties on his left and right. His eyes were filled with ruthless and cruel killing intent. Two subordinates suddenly appeared with excited expressions. They knelt down on one knee and said with a trembling voice, "Island Master, a few esteemed guests have arrived. It's the president of the Independent Chamber of Commerce outside the Realm Sea, Chen Lin." The Sky Profound Island Master waved his hand impatiently. "What, Tom, Dick, and Harry? I won't see him. Can't you see I'm having a good time? Tell him to scram to the side. If he doesn't know what's good for him, just call the Divine Halls people to kill him." The other subordinate said with a trembling voice, "Island Master, that President Chen Lin said that he captured that wanted order Lin Chen alive." The Sky Profound Island Master was shocked, his tiger eyes widening. He captured Lin Chen alive? Chapter 1981. At the entrance of the First Realm Sea, Qin Wn shook his head and laughed. How dare he do this? This kid is really crazy. Qin Shuangjue's eyes flickered. I'm afraid not many people in the world can think of this. Qin Wn laughed mockingly. Are you tempted? You've dated so many men, but this is the first time I've seen you like this. Qin Shuangjue snorted coldly, not denying it. If he dies here, I'll never forgive him. Tianxian Island was a super huge sky island, which symbolized the power of this island. 100 sky islands were connected together, hidden in the fog, making people feel awe. In the main hall, President Chen Lin, who was dressed in a black robe, crossed his legs and leaned against the bench, waiting for the island master. And Xulang, who was standing behind him like a protector, couldn't help but send a voice transmission to his senior sister. Senior sister, he's so flirtatious. Under the veil, Su Mujio nodded in agreement. Indeed, ordinary people can't do this. Rumble tilde. Terrifying divine power descended and swept into the main hall like a gust of wind. The wild laughter that sounded like the roars of tigers and dragons echoed in the air. Ha 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 ha. President Chen Lin, you're really arrogant. You actually chose my territory as the place to deliver the goods. Aren't you afraid that I'll rob you? The Tianxian Island Master, who was dressed in a tiger robe, appeared, walked into the main hall, and sat opposite him. President Chen Lin was calm and smiled casually. Since I dared to come, it means that I have the confidence to deal with your entire island. Cut the crap. Hand over the money and hand over the person. The Tianxian Island Master glanced at the two people behind him. Late stage and perfected stage 5 divine realm? You do have some foundation, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Rumble tilde. The wind howled like a dragon's roar, and the wind danced wildly. The divine laws shocked the heavens, and the wind and clouds change. The Tianxian Island Master released his late-stage Stage 6 Divine Realm cultivation and faintly exerted pressure. It felt like he had to kneel down if he wanted to. President Chen Lin raised his eyebrows, and his handsome face was full of cynicism. If it's not enough, you can try. The Tianxian Island Master realized that he couldn't see through this young President Chen. His eyes were deep like the endless sea of stars. Moreover, he couldn't see through his cultivation. Not even a trace of his divine power could be felt. In a situation where his divine power is not visible, he can still resist my pressure. This is not simple. The Sky Profound Island Master tapped his fingertips on the table. After weighing the pros and cons, he smiled and said, "It was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Let's talk business. Realm C, this place that ate people without spitting out the bones, these words weren't a joke." Chen Lin smiled. Time is money. It seems that the Island Master is a smart person. Chen Lin slammed his palm on the table, and the special cage formed by the dragon breath of the extreme prison, Heavenly Prison, appeared. Shockingly, the water prison surged, and blue waves surged, trapping a Saint King with Saint energy. The Sky Profound Island Lord's pupils shrank. Almost at first glance, he recognized this person. Holy King Lin Chen. His saint power was as deep as the ocean, and the mountain sea prison was no match for it. It had completely surpassed the concept of saint. The saint energy was comparable to the divine energy, and it was comparable to the fourth stage of the divine realm. Other than Lin Chen, who was wanted by the higher-ups, he, the Sky Profound Island Lord, had never seen a second person like this. With the Sky Profound Island Lord's cultivation and experience, no disguise or cloning technique could escape his eyes. Whether this person was real or fake, he could tell at a glance. Even a true god who had the cloning law couldn't escape his eyes. Chen Lin said calmly, "His power has been sealed by my special method. I hope the Sky Profound Island Lord doesn't have any other thoughts. Otherwise, if my hand slips, he might escape the seal." The Sky Profound Island Lord stared at Chen Lin for a while, then laughed loudly. "Straightforward. Give me the money, and I will give you the person." The Sky Profound Island Lord waved his hand, and 10 Providence plant pouches were thrown on the table. "The bounty issued by my island is 60 million substandard divine jades. If you capture him alive, it will be doubled. There are 80 million substandard divine jades in these 10 Providence plant pouches, and 3 peerless spiritual plants that are in the growth stage. After a few tens of thousands of years, they will produce the same amount of divine jades. In addition, there are 14 divine artifacts, which can be considered as the interest of the growth stage." Chen Lin took the Providence plant pouches with one hand. The moment he held the 10 Providence plant pouches, his hand unconsciously trembled. Then, Chen Lin pushed the extreme prison, heavenly prison, towards him. Both sides had a tacit understanding. Shangguan Yun had once said that in the realm sea, the rewards of the bounties would almost never be completely fulfilled. Only about 70% would be fulfilled, and some treasures would be added to offset the remaining difference. After all, not every force would prepare so many divine jades. When one needed to break through, the consumption would be even greater. Chen Lin stood up, turned around, and left. In that instant, a ruthless light flashed through the heaven-chosen Island Lord's eyes. But in the end, after looking at Lin Chen, who was trapped in the heavenly prison, he gave up on this idea. Why take the risk to deal with these guys? I'm making a killing anyways." The Sky Profound Island Lord grabbed towards the extreme prison, heavenly prison, and put Lin Chen into the spatial divine artifact on his arm guard. "Hall of Guardians, listen up. I'll be leaving for a while." After saying that, the Sky Profound Island Lord stepped on the Law of Thunder. Lightning flashed, and he disappeared from the Sky Profound Island. Outside the island, raging waves and raging winds were blowing. Waves splashed on the reef. Chen Lin flicked his finger, and 2 storage rings were given to Su Mujio and Sulong. "The 2 of you did a good job just now. This is the reward I promised to give you. 2 million substandard divine jades each." The 2 wanted to refuse, but Lin Chen asked them to accept it with a serious face. The 2 already owed Lin Chen a favor. If Lin Chen hadn't started the war on the Moon Island, they would have had to go through a lot of trouble to rescue the twins. This President Lin Chen was naturally Lin Chen in disguise, and that Lin Chen was naturally Lin Chen's phantom doppelganger. When he didn't use the suit, it was hard to tell the doppelganger from the real one. This was all for the sake of the bounty. To Lin Chen, the 2 of them were necessary. Lin Chen was a sage king. If he went deep into the Sky Profound Island alone, and if the other party purposely tried to test him, Lin Chen would be exposed once he made a move. Therefore, he brought the 2 of them along to put on a good show. If anything happened, he could leave it to the 2 of them, just in case. 90 million substandard divine jades was not a number that an ordinary 6th stage true god could accumulate. It was the Sky Profound Island Lord's savings over many centuries of building the Sky Profound Island. Now that Lin Chen had obtained it, his wealth had multiplied by a few hundred times, and Sulong couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lin Chen, why are you so familiar with this?" Su Mujio said seriously, "I've seen people who sell sects, slaves, and moral integrity. This is the first time I've seen someone who sells himself." Lin Chen shrugged. "Isn't it just selling myself? It's not the first time I've sold myself. I'll get used to it. And Xulang asked excitedly, Brother Lin Chen, since you have such a unique doppelganger technique, it's hard to tell the real one from the fake. In that case, shall we use the doppelganger to scam all the bounties offered by the major sects? No. Su Mujio rejected him. A smile appeared on her beautiful face under the veil. If we do that, we'll be exposed easily. Maybe we'll be exposed the third time. Su Mujio looked at Lin Chen. Isn't that right, Mr. Lin Chen? Lin Chen snapped his fingers and smirked. Smart. Brother Chen is fishing. Those who are willing will take the bait. Using a small fish to catch a big fish. Only a child would choose. I want all of them. And Xulang. Senior sister, he's so flirtatious. Lin Chen, since you're looking for excitement, let's see it to the end. Chapter 1982. 2 days later. In the Realm Sea, pitch-black fog coiled around the sky like a demonic dragon. The natural pitch-black fog blocked countless divine power senses. It hid in the darkness, forming a natural fortress. On an island, there were several palaces. Wang Tilda. A string of purple light flickered in the fog, and the sky-profound island master's figure appeared in the fog. He stepped into the palace on the island by himself. Today, he felt like he carried the wind with him as he walked, and it was the wind of divine jade. The sky-profound island master transmitted his voice. The sky-profound island master has come to pay his respects to the 9 great sect masters, the extreme tiger island master. Today, experts were as common as clouds in the palace. The 9 great powers had all arrived, and the guests were all peak characters of the first layer of the Realm Sea. Oh! Sky Profound. What is the matter? A robust man with a tiger's back and lion's shoulders sat high up in the palace. The muscles on his arms wriggled like dragons. He was 6 meters tall, and he was like a great demon overseeing this place. His aura was ferocious and ruthless, and his intimidating tiger eyes were enough to penetrate the enemy's mental defenses. Zhao Jihu, one of the experts who issued the highest wanted bounty. The sky-profound island master smiled. Today, I have come to receive my reward. He waved his hand, and the divine light disappeared. A scarlet chain made of divine iron bound a silver-robed figure and suddenly appeared in the palace. At this moment, many experts stood up one after another, their expressions horrified. This aura was actually sacred power, and it was powerful enough to rival the 4th layer of the divine realm. Sacred King, Lin Chen? What a great sky-profound island master, he caught a big fish. How long has it been since the bounty was issued? The Realm Sea is boundless. Even if all the forces are mobilized, they might not be able to easily find a single person, truly a guy that makes others envious. The true gods of the 9 great sects were filled with envy. Greed and ruthlessness flashed through the eyes of most experts, but they still suppressed it in the end. The Realm Sea was indeed a world where the strong preyed on the weak. In the territories of different experts, one had to abide by the rules of other experts. The 9 great sects belonged to Zhao Jihu. If the reward had been given to the sky-profound island master, they wouldn't have dared to fight for it. That would be the same as challenging Zhao Jihu's authority. The sky-profound island master's face was full of arrogance. I'm not like other crooked people. No matter what, I'm just a saint king. If we really fight, it'll be too easy to distinguish between us. He looked at the astonished Zhao Jihu. Island master, how is it? Is this enough to claim the bounty? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Jihu's laughter was like thunder. He looked at him approvingly. Very good. According to the bounty, the head will be 150 million, and the live capture will be 300 million. Zhao Jihu pushed his palm out, and 2 peerless grade fate plant pouches floated in the air. He laughed and said, there are 28,000 mid-grade godly jades in there, which is equivalent to 280 million substandard godly jades. Take them. It was still the same old rules. The bounty reward would never be fully paid out. However, the sky-profound island master still accepted it with a smile. With these resources, his cultivation base was extremely confident that he could break through to the next realm. Whether it was real or fake, Zhao Jihu could tell at a glance. He was almost certain that this Lin Chen was the guy that lord wanted. Suddenly, Lin Chen smiled faintly and asked indifferently, "You're the person who put a bounty on me?" "Oh." Zhao Jihu looked at him in surprise. "Your life is in someone else's hands, yet you're still calm in the face of danger. Yes, you have the bearing of an expert. You're a little stronger than those weaklings I've met before." Zhao Jihu waved his hand. "Everyone, leave. I'm going to summon that lord." The experts of the 9 sects were shocked and left after hearing this. As for the Sky Profound Island Master, he left with a huge sum of money. He left the Extreme Tiger Islands territory at the fastest speed possible. Zhao Jihu placed an ancient cauldron in the main hall. It was burning with a raging fire. This flame actually had some traces of divinity and divine soul. Inside the ancient cauldron, the divine flames swayed like red clouds. A moment later, a beautiful figure in a silver dress rose from the cauldron. Her figure was illusory, but there was a suffocating pressure coming from her. "Lord, the person you want is the sage King Lin Chen. He's alive." Zhao Jihu knelt on one knee with an infatuated and respectful expression. The woman in the silver dress was extremely beautiful. She appeared without saying a word, like Chang'e from the heavenly palace. Her eyebrows were as white as snow, and her hair danced in the wind. Her beautiful eyes, which flowed with silver divine light, stared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The divine soul phantom of this woman in the silver dress gave him an unprecedented feeling. It was as if as long as he looked directly into her eyes, all of his secrets would be seen through by her. "I see." The woman in the silver dress suddenly smiled. There was a sharp killing intent in her beauty. "So you've cultivated the Fu Tian art." The woman in the silver dress words stirred up a storm in Lin Chen's heart. Fu Tian art. This woman, with just a wisp of divine soul consciousness, saw through his mental cultivation method. Zhao Jihu's pupils shrank. Fu Tian art. The experts of the outside world might have already forgotten this shocking legend, but in the realm C, he was once a supreme legend that no one could compare to. Even someone as ruthless as Zhao Jihu couldn't help but mutter to himself in a trembling voice, could it be that Hao Futian, the Futian emperor? Every step of that legend's growth was an epic. This Lin Chen was actually cultivating that supreme legend's mental cultivation method. Lin Chen's face was dark. "Who are you? Are you the one who initiated the pursuit of 10,000 deities? What's the point of putting me on the wanted list like this?" The woman in the silver dress frowned. She stared at Lin Chen for a moment, and then her fingertip lightly tapped the void. Rumble tilde. The seal on Lin Chen's body was suddenly undone, and his divine power began to circulate once more. The woman in the silver dress suddenly said, "Attack him." Zhao Jihu was stunned. The next moment, he instantly threw out a punch. The space distorted violently, and a sonic boom erupted from the intense compression of the air. The wind from the punch swept out, and the air pierced through the mountains and rivers. The punch was like the stars moving, and it exploded at a single point. It blasted toward Lin Chen with pure strength. Kai tilde. Bang. The divine power was shattered, and Lin Chen was sent flying by the punch. He fell and rolled into the hall. He got up with difficulty and grinned. "What? You spent a lot of money to put me on the wanted list just to beat me up?" Zhao Jihu grinned hideously. "Damn you, kid, don't be too arrogant." Slap tilde. The crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out. The woman in the silver dress slapped Zhao Jihu's face. Zhao Jihu was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. "My lady, are you finally going to give me a special reward?" "Lin Chen. Damn, you're still a freak." The woman in the silver dress expression was as cold as snow. "Idiot, this is a clone, a fake." Zhao Jihu was stunned. When he looked at Lin Chen again, he found that his figure was slowly dissipating and becoming transparent. Before disappearing, Lin Chen stared at the woman in the silver dress. "Don't think that I don't dare to kill you just because you're a woman. When I find out who you are, it's not certain who will kill who." The moment the phantom clone turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared, Zhao Jihu was completely stunned. A fake. The person he spent so much divine jade to buy was actually AF*King fake? Zhao Jihu was stunned. The clown is actually me. Chapter 1983. Zhao Jihu's heart suffered a huge blow. The person he had spent so much to buy was actually a fake. That was impossible. Even if it was the legendary doppelganger law and shadow law, it still couldn't escape his sharp eyes. How could there be such a heaven-defying doppelganger law in the world? What a huge loss. What a huge loss. The woman in the silver dress soul consciousness slowly floated into the air. She swept her cold gaze over Zhao Jihu and said, "That's enough. Look at your stupid, battered appearance. Bring his head to me. There's no need to capture him alive. This is the last bit of patience I'm giving you. If you dare to capture another doppelganger, prepare for your funeral." Zhao Jihu trembled. He cupped his fists and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, my lady." The divine soul of the woman in the silver dress gazed into the distance. Fu Tian technique. The current deity realm is no longer the same. It shouldn't exist. As long as it's an obstacle on the path of stars, I'll eliminate them all. 3 figures were lurking in the dark behind a huge rock reef. They were Lin Chen, Su Mujio, and An Tulang. The moment the doppelganger on Extreme Tiger Island dissipated, Lin Chen felt the connection with his doppelganger. When he opened his eyes, there was a sharp look in his eyes. The woman who wanted me is not simple. She used 10,000 deities to pursue me and spent a huge amount of money to reward me. She can even see through my doppelganger when I appear before her. Lin Chen nodded seriously. I've confirmed it with her eyes. She's a big shot. This is not going to be easy. Suddenly, Su Mujio's elegant voice sounded. Brother Lin Chen, just as you predicted, it's here. Lin Chen and An Tulang immediately perked up. Above the clouds, there seemed to be a stream of light cutting through the night sky. The Sky Shen Island master smiled so widely that his mouth was about to crack. 28,000 medial-grade divine jades. My chances of breaking through to the 7th stage of the deity realm have doubled. It can also expand my Sky Shen Island. Even a ruthless person like the Sky Shen Island master could not help but sigh. President Chen Lin was really a good person. His net worth had tripled after he sold it. If there was a chance to meet him again, he really had to treat him to a drink. Boom tilde. The sky was dark, and in the fog, a sword light came slashing down. The sword light was like snow, and it was shocking. Where did you come from? How dare you court death? The Sky Profound Island Lord reached out with his claw. The ghostly green divine claw tore apart the sword light and shattered it upon contact. A round of applause sounded, and 3 figures floated in the air. When the Sky Profound Island Master took a closer look, his expression changed slightly. Chen Lin. You ambushed me? Lin Chen, who had disguised himself, floated in the air. The fire god flame beneath his feet supported him like a flying dragon. Lin Chen smiled. You should read the name backwards. The heavenly profound island lord was stunned. When he saw the burning saint power beneath his feet, his pupils trembled. Lin Chen, it's you? He cried out in shock. How? How is this possible? You sold yourself to me. He was selling himself. How could he have such wild connections? How did this guy manage to pull off such a miraculous operation? However, the Sky Profound Island Lord's eyes were covered with a layer of the law of darkness divine power. After scanning the surroundings, he quickly regained his composure. He sneered and said, So what if you have some tricks up your sleeves? Lin Chen, are you trying to trick me? Lin Chen said calmly, You guessed right. This is the border between your Sky Profound Island and Extreme Tiger Island. No one can help you in a short time. If he used another clone to claim the bounty, he would be exposed very quickly. The situation did not allow it. With 10,000 deities chasing after him, it was unknown when Lin Chen would be discovered if he used another clone to go to another place. If he focused on only one place, he could use his clone to lock onto that person's location after claiming the bounty. Then, he would be able to earn 2 bounties from the same force. The plan worked. Ha 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 ha. The Sky Profound Island Lord looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You dare to target me with just the 3 of you? Even if I give you 3 more, you won't be a match for me. Boom tilde. The wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. The dark green law of wind turned into a storm and danced around the sky profound island lord. 2 streaks of the law of darkness, which were as black as dragons, emerged from his arms. They were like dark beasts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. A hint of caution appeared on Ntulang and Su Mujio's faces. 2 types of laws. At the 5th stage of the divine realm, one's comprehension of laws would deepen. At the 6th stage of the divine realm, one would have to control many types of laws. The difference between each stage of the divine realm was extremely huge. Even though the 2 of them were known as the top 10 geniuses of the divine wind sect, it was still extremely difficult for them to challenge someone of a higher stage. The sky profound island lord smiled evilly. "I'll send you to hell." He clapped his hands, and 2 sections of the law of darkness appeared like demonic dragons. They extended for thousands of feet and turned into 2 black claws that came crashing down. The law of wind danced wildly. When it wrapped around the black claws, the attack speed increased. 2 extremely fast shadows flashed across the sky. Bang! Bang! Su Mujio's divine sword flickered. The law of ice wrapped around the sword, and the divine power of ice from the tip of the sword transformed into 3 ice shields, blocking the Lord of Tiantian Island's surprise attack with his claws. The sky-profound island lord exerted strength in his arms, and the sky-covering dark claws cracked the ice shields. He sneered. "Child's play. Your law of ice isn't qualified." Buzz tilde. Suddenly, the sound wave was like a tide. When it bounced off the 2 dark claws, Su Mujio danced with his sword and slashed rapidly in the air, shattering the dark claws. "Oh!" The sky-profound island lord was surprised. "It's actually the law of sound, which is ranked in the top 1,000 among the 3,000 laws. The 3,000 great Taos were compatible with each other. Logically speaking, there was no absolute strength, but there was a difference in strength and uniqueness. The law of sound was one of the most compatible laws among the great Taos, and it was ranked in the top 1,000. And Ntulang sat cross-legged in the air with a divine zither in front of him. The dragon whiskers were the strings, and the divine bones were the zither. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his hands were on the strings. A song that breaks one's heart. Where can I find a bosom friend in the world? It was completely different from his previous frivolous appearance. His eyes shone with a soul-stirring divine light, and Ntulang shouted, "Senior sister, take care of him." Su Mujio glanced at him. "As long as you don't act recklessly." And Ntulang blushed with shame. "Senior sister, save me some face." Boom tilde. Strong winds howled, and a sky-covering dark tiger wrapped in the law of wind suddenly pounced toward the 2 of them. "You 2 youngsters want to snatch this island master? Dream on. You'll break your brains." "Is that so, island lord?" "Who knows, our dreams might come true today." And Ntulang laughed loudly. His fingertips moved, and waves of sound waves penetrated the void and swept across the sky. Su Mujio's sword was extremely fast. Streaks of icy moons hung high in the sky, and the moonlight flickered with his swordsmanship. When the sword light slashed out, it was as if there were thousands of shadows and blade. The 3 of them instantly engaged in battle. With the Divine Wind Sect's foundation and Su Mujio's and Ntulang's tacit cooperation, they managed to stabilize the battle. Both sides fought with speed, and laws clashed violently. The sound waves formed by the law of sound clashed with the law of wind. However, Lin Chen didn't attack immediately. Similarly, the Sky Mystic Island Lord was also on guard against Lin Chen. None of the formidable characters who could stand firm in the Realm Sea were simple. The Sky Mystic Island Lord didn't choose to escape easily because he was on guard against Lin Chen. This lad knew that he was at late stage 6 of the Divine Realm and still dared to challenge him. There must be a trap. Lin Chen looked at the Sky Mystic Island Lord as if he was looking at a moving treasury floating in front of him. Almost there, almost there. Chapter 1984. Whoosh. Bam. 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 Hurricanes danced wildly, stirring up the mist in the sky. The undercurrent was like a demonic dragon descending to the world. A giant claw of the Law of Darkness instantly formed, forcing Su Mujio and Ntulang to fight with all their might. The gap between them was still visible to the naked eye. If it were an ordinary early stage or middle stage Divine Realm opponent, the two of them could still deal with him. However, the late-stage divine realm was too far apart. It was extremely difficult. If the Sky Mystic Island Master had not been on guard against Lin Chen, and Tsulang and Su Mujio would not have been able to stop him. Almost there. Lin Chen looked at the battlefield and activated his saint power. 9-colored saint light enshrouded his palm, and the saint power of all his saint acupoints seemed to have condensed into one. Suddenly, Lin Chen flew into the sky and disappeared on the spot. He turned into countless bloody shadows and charged toward the Sky Mystic Island Master. The Sky Mystic Island Master said ferociously, "I've been waiting for you. Trying to sneak up on me? Die." A large amount of undercurrent expanded behind him like a pair of wings, and a terrifying law of darkness swept toward Lin Chen. Under the situation of 1 against 2, he still had the strength to deal with Lin Chen, who had launched a surprise attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beside Lin Chen, the illusory divine light appeared, and all 5 clones appeared. Annihilation, star explosion, divine flame sky, flame flash, sky chasing. Flames rained down from the sky like meteors. The fire god flame condensed into a line, and the tip of the spear shot out a beam of red light. 9-colored starlight suddenly exploded. The law of darkness, which was thousands of feet tall, surged forward. When the two collided, heaven and earth turned upside down. Whoosh. Rumble. The clones used all their skills, but they were still destroyed by the Sky Mystic Island Master in one move. However, Su Mujio and Ntsulang's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. They pressed toward the Sky Mystic Island Master and delayed his 2 law of darkness. This guy's sneak attack is nothing. It's time to retreat. The Sky Mystic Island Master was using the law of wind, and a storm raged under his feet. Just as he was about to retreat, buzz! A ray of golden light that could split heaven and earth descended from the sky. It was mixed with an unparalleled divine power that could suppress eternity. It appeared without warning. The previous wave of attacks was just a feint. The real highlight of the battle was the move that was hidden after all the battle techniques were unleashed. What? The Sky Profound Island Lord was shocked. He clenched his fist and the pitch-black halberd appeared out of nowhere, hovering above his head. The golden light slashed down from above, and its might could sink thousands of mountains, suns, and moons. The tip of the golden spear violently crushed the pitch-black divine halberd, and its terrifying divine power penetrated the Sky Profound Island Lord's divine body, causing him to be defeated bit by bit. Bang! The Sky Profound Island Lord was blasted several thousand meters away, crashing into a giant reef. The sea surface was tossed and turned, and huge waves were formed. Poochie! The Sky Profound Island Lord spat out a mouthful of blood. His godly body cracked open, and blood started to seep out of his body. It was as if he had been severely injured. His expression was filled with disbelief. Pure strength. Just pure strength alone can produce such an attack. The law of wind was released. What was reflected in the eyes of the Sky Profound Island Master was a figure clad in golden armor and holding a divine spear. This figure seemed to cover the heavens and earth, peerless and unparalleled. If the Sky Profound Island Master hadn't seen his face with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed what he was seeing. Lin Chen, you actually have such godly strength. Was this really a sage king? He was at the late stage of the 6th level of the divine realm. In terms of cultivation level, they weren't even on the same level. Bang! Lin Chen held the divine battle spear in his hand and stepped into the void. He traveled tens of thousands of meters, turning into a golden flash of light as he rushed over. So fast. The 3 people present exclaimed in unison. The Sky Profound Island Lord didn't have much time to react as the divine spear came crashing down on him. The pitch-black divine halberd erupted with a sky-piercing light, and the law of wind wrapped around it. The Sky Profound Island Lord wasn't slow either. He picked up the divine halberd, circulated his mental cultivation technique, and stabbed forward rapidly. The law of darkness and the law of wind were fully unleashed. This time, the Sky Profound Island Lord didn't hold back at all. Clang, clang, clang. The halberd and spear collided. Every time they collided, a terrifying shockwave that could shatter the void shot out, causing thousands of layers of waves and clouds to shake the heaven. With the support of the law of wind, the sky-profound Island Lord's speed wasn't slow either. He waved the divine halberd with both hands and engaged in a fierce battle with the streaks of golden light shooting over. Lin Chen's aura was like a hurricane, and his pure strength kept rising. He started with the divine battle spear. This time, he wanted to eliminate his opponent as quickly as possible. As he waved the divine halberd rapidly, he received Lin Chen's godly strength that swept across the galaxy. The sky-profound Island Lord's palm was bleeding, and the sound of his muscles being torn could be heard from his divine arm. What kind of pure strength is this? What kind of freak is this? This is already more than 350,000 desolate power, close to the strength of a 6th-tier perfected desolate power. The sky-profound Island Lord gasped and wanted to retreat. However, Lin Chen used his pure strength to press forward. His body was like a flash of light, closing in on him step by step. Kai tilde. At this moment, a sword beam slashed out. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, and cold air filled the air as it attacked the sky-profound Island Lord's back. A beam of the law of sound storm wreaked havoc like a tornado. It appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the sky-profound Island Lord and Lin Chen. It was Su Mujio and Ntulang. Lin Chen used his golden body of the god of war to resist the law of sound's encirclement. He would rather be surrounded than stop attacking. However, the sky-profound Island Lord could not take it. He raised a medial-grade divine artifact, the Dark Soul Summoning Banner, behind his back. It danced wildly, and layers of shadows tried to block the duo's attacks. However, Su Mujio's sword beam pierced through a portion of his defense. The sword aura surged on his arm, and part of his divine power was frozen. The trio's cooperation seemed to have been pre-planned. They surrounded the sky-profound Island Lord and attacked him fiercely. If it were just Su Mujio and Ntulang, the sky-profound Island Lord would not be afraid of their attacks. However, with the participation of a freak like Lin Chen, the duo's attacks were enough to expose a fatal flaw. Fear surfaced in the sky-profound Island Lord's heart. These young juniors were serious. They were here to kill him today. If he could not get rid of Lin Chen, he would most likely die today. As he swung his halberd, the sky-profound Island Lord roared, "Damn you, Lin Chen. You're forcing me." Tilde. A terrifying law of sound was brewing in his body. It was as though he was about to unleash his all-indestructive divine power. Su Mujio cried out, "He wants to self-destruct." However, Ntulang suddenly said, "Senior sister, something is not right." Lin Chen's eyes shone with a terrifying battle intent. He swung his spear and smashed it down fearlessly. The law of darkness, which was surging with boundless darkness, poured into the divine halberd of darkness. The sky-profound Island Lord exerted his strength and swung it toward Lin Chen's god of war spear. Kai tilde. Bang! A terrifying law of sound explosion swept through heaven and earth. An undercurrent raged in the sky, and the divine halberd shattered. Ntulang had predicted the sky-profound Island Lord's intention with the law of sound's uniqueness and retreated rapidly. However, Su Mujio happened to hesitate and was affected by the undercurrent. This gave the sky-profound Island Lord his only chance. Kai tilde. Rumble tilde. The law of wind tore through the void. The sky-profound Island Lord held his broken right arm and stepped on the wind as he rapidly retreated in Su Mujio's direction. Trying to escape. A golden light tore through the undercurrent. Lin Chen held the god of war spear and stepped on the void as he chased after the sky-profound Island Lord. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen, let's see if you want my life or this divine jade. The sky-profound Island Lord laughed ferociously. He raised his left arm toward the sky, and the 5 Providence plant pouches split into 5 rays of divine light and shot in all directions. The sky-profound Island Lord threw away all the Providence plant pouches he had. Chapter 1985. Ntulang was shocked. The Sky Mystic Island Master had actually thrown away all the Providence plant pouches. Lin Chen's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He instantly grabbed the 2 highest grade Providence plant pouches. When he released his divine soul consciousness, it was filled with a dazzling array of middle grade divine jades with rich divine power. 28,000 middle-grade divine jade. That was equivalent to 280 million substandard divine jades. The golden light disappeared, and Lin Chen removed the war god set. Lin Chen floated in the air. His body was covered in injuries, and his brows were tightly knitted. What an old fox. First, he injected his laws into his divine equipment to self-destruct. Then, he threw all his belongings out to escape. The Sky Mystic Island Master was indeed an old fox. When he realized that he would not be able to break out of the encirclement between Lin Chen and the other two, he understood Lin Chen's goal and immediately self-destructed a type of law and deity artifact. While creating an opportunity, he also put on a show of abandoning the rook to save the king. The dragon shadow soared as Lin Chen released the divine dragon. A pale green divine radiance flashed across the vast dragon's body. It moved in the direction of the other three scattered Providence plant pouches. Host activated Phantom Rune. 18,000 divine rune energy points are consumed to form a new phantom doppelganger. Host received 3,800 divine dark energy points, 4,000 divine wind energy points, 5,900,000 divine essence points, 4,000 divine cultivation technique soul essence points, 30 divine set essence points, 130 divine heaven path points. When he released the phantom doppelganger to collect the attribute light balls, Su Mujio floated over and said to Lin Chen apologetically, "I'm sorry. I was careless." Lin Chen waved his hand and said, No one can predict what these old foxes who have been in the realm sea for many years will do. Miss Mujio, you don't have to take it to heart. In Lin Chen's battle record, he had never killed anyone at the 6th stage of the divine realm. A divine realm expert of this level would be a powerful existence anywhere in the 5 continents of the divine realm. Moreover, he was a first realm island master at the late stage of the 6th stage of the divine realm. Under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult to kill him because he had many experts under his command. If all of Qianqian Island's battle prowess were to gather, it would be extremely difficult for even a 7th-tier divine realm expert to kill him. The spatial fog of the realm sea could completely cover up the dimensions of space. Thus, if one wanted to travel through space here, it was practically impossible for anyone under the Divine King realm to do so. This was also the reason why the Sky Profound Island Master was forced to fight Lin Chen alone. And Tulang smiled and comforted her. That's right, senior sister. Late stage 6th-tier Divine Realm. In the Divine Wind Tower, you're about the same as those old antiques. The fact that we were able to force him to self-destruct a type of law to escape is an extremely dazzling achievement in any force in the 5 continents. After a true god who had mastered the laws self-destructed, although they could recultivate according to the rules, it would still take an extremely long time and accumulation. Most importantly, his cultivation level would also drop. Moreover, it was practically his last resort other than self-detonating his divine body. First Realm Sea, 8,000 li away from extreme Tiger Island. The dense fog made the place dark. The black fog lingered in the sky as if there was no sun at all, no sunlight shining in at all. A group of true gods appeared like ghosts. The white-robed man in the lead was looking into the distance. Behind him, the voices of a few true gods could be heard discussing. I heard that Realm Sea fella captured Lin Chen, and even captured him alive. Is this true? Our Lord's reward has only been issued for a few days, and they actually managed to get it. It's really a slap in the face. It's said that the Lord's divine soul fluctuations have also appeared on Extreme Tiger Island. Who knows if it's true or not? We'll have to wait until Lord Nine Ghosts goes to Extreme Tiger Island to confirm it. Hearing his subordinates' discussion, the white-robed man crossed his arms and stepped into the air, deep in thought. Clang! 2 rays of sword light suddenly burst out from the white-robed man's eyes, piercing through the void. This aura is the god of war. He smiled coldly and evilly. It's Lin Chen, that fellow. As expected, he wasn't caught. Ha 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 ha, it's my turn to take credit. Everyone, follow me. In the group of submerged reefs in the distance. Suddenly, Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. His gaze suddenly turned to the direction of his divine dragon. The divine dragon instantly turned into a stream of light and returned to him. Lin Chen coldly shouted at the two of them, "No, there's someone." The two of them were stunned. Lin Chen said in a low voice, "We've been discovered." And Xulang asked, "People from the realm sea?" With the characteristics of the ancient Taiju dragon, Lin Chen could vaguely sense the living beings in the four-dimensional spacetime flow. In the direction of the divine dragon earlier, he had sensed a large number of true gods. Lin Chen's eyes were deep. "The more troublesome ones are the true gods who are chasing after me." It was the golden god of war set. Lin Chen had used the god of war spear, causing a huge commotion. Moreover, the god of war set itself had a domineering aura of the god of war, which was completely different from the aura of an ordinary true god. It was all too familiar to the experts who had been besieged by 10,000 true gods. In this battle, Lin Chen's whereabouts had been exposed. The three of them looked at each other. Lin Chen cupped his fists. "Thank you for your help. This is my own battle, so I won't drag the two of you down with me." And Xulang and Su Mujio cupped their fists. "We'll meet again." And Xulang said seriously, "Brother Lin Chen, you must survive. We'll meet again at the Divinity Conference." Su Mujio nodded. "I'm also looking forward to our next encounter." After the two of them left, Lin Chen quickly stepped into the air and used his movement technique to fly in the opposite direction. He took out the golden jade heaven origin pill that Xulang had given him and swallowed it. Lin Chen's body was enshrouded in golden radiance, and gentle yet majestic energy healed every injury on his body. Then, Lin Chen recalled his doppelganger and used it to refine the divine pill to heal his injuries from the battle with the Qianxian Island Master. Lin Chen thought to himself, "Even though I've severely injured the Qianxian Island Master, I still have less than 3,000 divine-level heavenly path points." Less than 3,000 divine-level heavenly path points meant that once Lin Chen used them all up, he would not be able to activate any of his guardhoods. The most fatal thing was that he would not be able to use the immortal guardhood. Host has used the Extreme Wind God 4-piece set. All attributes, speed increased, 200 times. Special feature obtained, Gift of the Divine Wind. Whoosh! The divine wind roared, and the wings of the wind unfolded. Lin Chen put on the Extreme Wind God set and once again displayed the terrifying speed of the King of Speed. After obtaining the fourth piece of the Wind God, Lin Chen's speed increased by another level. Boom! 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 The wings of the wind released a terrifying divine wind that swept across the void. Lin Chen was like a stream of light that streaked across the sky. However, the aura behind him was getting closer and closer. "I can't shake it off." Lin Chen's pupils shrank. With his current speed, even a perfection stage 7th stage divine realm expert who controlled speed laws might not be able to catch up with him. The answer was obvious. Among the experts chasing after him, there were at least stage 8 divine realm expert. Clang! The space rumbled. Suddenly, a burst of sword laws that pierced through heaven and earth shook the universe. The light of the universe dimmed, and the space collapsed. It was as if everything was being sliced apart by the endless sword energy storm. Lin Chen was shocked. "It's here." Divine Body Dao Integration Stage, Stage 8 Divine Realm. Lin Chen's eyes revealed a shocking battle intent. High-grade orange talent, God Slayer. Cooldown, 22 days. High-grade orange talent, God Defiance. You can use it at any time. Lin Chen took a deep breath. "Looks like I'm going to play big this time." Chapter 1986. A brilliant sword light shot out from behind Lin Chen. It was as bright as the sun, burning the sky and cutting the earth. It shot straight toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen's wings of wind changed, and he leaned slightly to the left. Rumble. Bang. 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 The sword light crushed the huge waves and actually cut open a huge trench on the surface of the realm sea. The space was in chaos, and flames soared into the sky. This scene made one's heart skip a beat. If he was hit by this sword, Lin Chen would probably be cut in half if he didn't have the war god set to protect him. In order to avoid this sword, Lin Chen slowed down by a few beats. "Ha ha ha ha. I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance." Right above Lin Chen's head, unbridled laughter could be heard. The wings of wind suddenly flapped, and Lin Chen's body came to a sudden stop. He set off a wave of air that hit the surface of the sea. Waves surged, and the wind danced. When the two of them looked at each other, the one who blocked Lin Chen's way was a man in white. 8th stage of the divine realm. Moreover, he was a sword god. He stepped on the orange sword light that was like the sun. With his hands behind his back, laws appeared and disappeared around him. He suppressed Lin Chen with absolute boldness and looked down at him calmly. His first sentence surprised Lin Chen. The sword god said coldly, "Putting aside our positions, I admire you very much." The sword god in white blocked Lin Chen's path of retreat. The auras behind him increased. 1, 10, 100. More and more true gods attacked this side. The sword god in white seemed to be deliberately stalling for time. He said slowly, "If I'm not wrong, you're here for the bounty, right? The news of you being captured on Extreme Tiger Island is one of your tricks. Although I don't know how you did it, you're here to earn the bounty, right? The fact that you're here is the best proof." Madly urging his doppelganger to refine the divine pellet's energy to heal his injuries, Lin Chen asked, "What do you want to say?" White-clothed sword god sized up Lin Chen, full of interest. Facing a desperate situation, you can still remain calm in the face of danger, not choosing to turtle up and run, instead choosing to fight while developing. It has to be said that for someone like you to come to Realm C, if you don't die, there really is a chance of you making a comeback. He casually said, "Unfortunately, you underestimated my master's methods. If she wants you dead, you definitely won't be able to live." Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "An 8th-tier divine realm cultivator dealing with a sacred king like me. Do you still need to stall for time?" The sword god in white said indifferently, "In my eyes, you are more like a monster than a saint king. Now that things have come to this, no one will look down on you, Lin Chen." Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, sword god unsheathed his sword. The sword fell and shone in the 9 heavens. The terrifying sword light seemed to tear the world apart. In Lin Chen's eyes, there was only a horizontal line of aurora left. That was the sharpest tip of sword god's sword. Whoosh tilde. Bang. 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 A sword flattened countless reefs. Waves splashed in all directions and cut off the divine wind. Flapping the wings of wind at an extremely fast speed, Lin Chen narrowly dodged the sword. He charged in another direction again, and his sacred power was consumed crazily. It was almost his full speed at this stage. The sword god in white sneered and said, "What's wrong? You can only care about escaping this time. Where did your killer move go?" Rumble tilde. Suddenly, a violent wind swept through, and divine light shuttled through the sky. Lin Chen's path was blocked again. Streaks of divine light appeared and descended continuously. Stepping on the divine light changed. A total of 2,000 true gods gathered and descended 100,000 feet away from Lin Chen. There were 124th-tier divine realm cultivators. There were 54th-tier divine realm cultivators. There were 12 5th-tier divine realm cultivators. There were 4 6th-tier divine realm cultivators. There were 2 7th-tier divine realm cultivators. There was even a middle-stage 8th-tier divine realm sword god. This was even stronger than the sky demon's avatar that Lin Chen had fought with previously. However, what was even more terrifying was that among all the true gods present, other than the sword god in white, none of them actually had the intention to attack. They were waiting for more true gods to arrive. After witnessing the might of the golden battle god, no one would underestimate Lin Chen anymore. Even with such a terrifying lineup, they didn't plan to fight Lin Chen head-on. They had to wait, at least until one of the 9 great ghosts arrived before they planned to take the initiative to fight. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "I'm really flattered to be valued by everyone." Lin Chen's injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Chen suddenly shouted coldly in his heart, "God-defying." In the next moment, scarlet light surged, and an orange-red divine talisman bloomed above Lin Chen's head. Rumble tilde. A battle intent that could fight through the 9 heavens and 10 lands and go against the gods soared into the 9 heavens. The realm sea shook, and angry waves swept up. The sword god in white retreated slightly and narrowed his eyes. As expected, this kid still has a trump card. What a monster. 2 purple-robed elders stood beside him and asked for instructions. "Sir, The demonic fog in the realm C blocks divine senses. We can't send messages to the 9 heavenly ghosts. We're currently sending someone to inform them. We still need some time. Should we? The sword god in white raised his hand, and his eyes revealed terrifying confidence. It's fine. With our foundation, he has no possibility of breaking through. Lin Chen took a step forward, and the sky and earth shook. His sacred power actually faintly surpassed the state when he used the God Slayer talent previously. The host consumed 4,500 divine talent points to activate the top-notch orange talent, God Defying. The higher the divinity of the enemy target group, the stronger the effect of the talent. Enemy targets: 1,883rd level True Gods, 74th level Divine Realm, 54th level Divine Realm, 5th level Divine Realm, 12 5th level Divine Realm, 5th level Divine Realm, 4 6th level Divine Realm, 5th level Divine Realm, 2 7th level Divine Realm, 1 8th level Divine Realm, obtained comprehensive strength increase, 29,902 times. The host is beginning to enter the God-defying state. The host will break all the enemy's attacks and cause true damage to the enemy. The difference between a top-notch orange God-defying and a high-level orange God-slayer was obvious. It wasn't over yet. A golden light shone between heaven and earth. The golden god of war bathed in brilliant divine light and appeared with the god of war spear in his hand. When the 2,000 true gods saw the golden god of war again, although they were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Even though they had seen it before, they still palpitated. Host used the golden god of war set. Charge, 8%. Extreme attack, extreme strength, extreme destruction. Obtained set characteristic, God of War golden body. Activated auxiliary equipment, God of War spear. Lin Chen held the God of War spear in his hand. His fighting spirit soared, and his pure strength rose unstoppably. Bang! The next moment, the void shattered, and a golden flash swept past in an instant. The sword god in white suddenly stabbed with his sword. Clang! Boom! The golden spear and sword collided in the void. Lin Chen faced the sword god in white head-on. The sword god in white laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. It's good that you've come. Let me see how long you can last in this state. God-defying plus the golden god of war set. Lin Chen was staking everything on this one throw. In the pitch-black void of the realm C, there was a faint boundary line in the void. Crossing the boundary line meant entering the second realm C. And at the entrance of the second realm C, the phantom of an elder in sackcloth suddenly appeared. He carried the figure of a child and floated in the air. The elder in sackcloth gazed into the distance as if he could see through the void. He directly landed in Lin Chen's battle circle, which was heavily surrounded. The elder muttered to himself. A storm rises in Mount Zhong, and millions of true gods pass through the divine continent. The tiger crouches and the dragon coils, and today is better than the past. Teacher, the fire you lit is still not extinguished. Chapter 1987. At the border of the first layer of Realm C, the cliffs hanging high in the sky rushed up like swords. Palaces stood in great numbers, but flames covered the sky, burning everywhere. The humans who rushed out of the cage knelt down and kowtowed in thanks. Thank you, benefactor. My Shu family will never forget Mrs. Great Kindness for 3 lifetimes. A beautiful figure in palace attire landed on the ground. When she looked at everyone, a complicated expression appeared on her face. She said to everyone, when you leave, remember to stay together. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult for you to survive in Realm C in your current state. The woman in palace attire was Zhao Anran, who had entered Realm C. Suddenly, Zhao Anran's expression changed slightly, and she turned around. That direction is the imprint of my god nation. It's Lin Chen. Rumble tilde. Zhao Anran stepped on the air and flashed, disappearing into the horizon. She rushed to the other side with her fastest speed. Outside Extreme Tiger Island, the gods were dumbfounded as they watched the battle that defied common sense. 2 streaks of divine light, one white and one gold, fought in the sky. They fought from the sky to the sea, from the sea to the sea, and then back to the sky. They alternated back and forth, spear and sword intersecting. Kai tilde. Bang. Lin Chen's war god spear angrily smashed on the sword blade. It bent the divine sword, but it couldn't force the white-clothed sword god back. The sword god pushed his sword away and swept out with his divine power. Sword light swept out like a crescent moon. Lin Chen stepped on the void, retreated, and turned into a streak of golden light to dodge. The law of sword turned into a blazing sun that wouldn't set, cutting off the sea surface. When Lin Chen dodged, he stepped forward with his spear, and the tip of the spear flicked horizontally. Clang tilde. After flicking away the sword blade, Lin Chen pushed the spear with his palm. The spear shot out like a dragon, stabbing at the white-clothed sword god's chest. The sword god was once again shocked by Lin Chen's explosive speed. He grabbed the air with one hand and grabbed Lin Chen's spear tip. Rumble tilde. Behind the white-robed sword god, a gust of wind suddenly rose. Although the war god spear had stopped, the remaining force was still terrifying. When he caught Lin Chen's war god spear, the white-robed sword god's body glowed with the power of laws. His eyes released a terrifying sword light. The divine sword that was sent flying away moved according to his thoughts, turning into a white rainbow that pierced towards Lin Chen. At the same time, the white-robed sword god punched towards Lin Chen. A vortex of sword energy that could devour the heavens and the earth formed at the center of his fist. It was brewing the blade formed by the boundless law of sword and the light formed by the law of cutting. Lin Chen didn't back down. He spun his spear and broke free. Then, he raised his spear and pointed it at the divine sword that had transformed into a white rainbow. At the same time, his right gauntlet of the war god's right gauntlet unleashed a blinding golden light. His pure strength soared as he unleashed a powerful knee strike toward the white-robed sword god's fist. TSK. Bang. As the two sides clashed, pure strength and fragments of laws shot out in all directions, turning into a terrifying storm of energy. At the 8th level of the divine realm, the divine body was in the Tao, and the divine soul was the law. At this level, the laws had already begun to integrate into the divine body. Every punch and kick contained the power of the laws and had the power to shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. Li. A streak of golden light shot out from the storm and crashed into the group of submerged reefs, exploding into fragments that filled the sky. This was the first time Lin Chen was repelled after using the Golden War God set. The 8th level of the divine realm was terrifyingly powerful. Remaining charge of Golden War God set, 4%. 4,000 points of high-grade set essence used. Beginning recovery. Host has 5,630 points of high-grade set essence left. Lin Chen stood up. The war god set trembled with golden light. Even with the golden body of the war god, he couldn't be immune to all the damage. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His vision was a little blurry, and his aura began to become unstable. Last time, when Lin Chen had used the God Slayer talent and the Divine Dragon possession, he could only fight against someone at the late stage of the 7th level of the Divine Realm with the Golden War God set and the War God Spear. Although the Divine Dragon's power had increased by a level after the Battle of the 10,000 Gods, the Divine Dragon's power had increased by a level. In addition, the increase in the God-defying talent this time wasn't inferior to the God Slayer talent at all. It increased the upper limit of Lin Chen's War God set, but he could only be comparable to someone at the early stage of the 8th level of the Divine Realm at most. However, his opponent was at the mid-stage of the 8th level of the Divine Realm. After every realm, there would be an extremely terrifying gap between them. What a monster! His pure strength is comparable to someone at the early stage of the 8th level of the Divine Realm. If I don't kill you today, won't you die in the future? The sword god in white floated on his sword light and was about to follow up with another attack. Crack. Divine light burst out, and the flesh on the sword god's right arm suddenly split open, and divine blood spurted out. His divine arm throbbed in pain, and he looked at his right arm in disbelief. I'm actually injured. He broke my nomological defense. But, when did this happen? I don't feel anything at all. Holding the war god spear, Lin Chen's eyes flashed fiercely like a beast forced to a dead end. He grinned. Continue if you're not afraid of death. The god-defying talent state, when the host broke through the enemy's attack, all attacks would cause true damage to the enemy. This was Lin Chen's last chance to turn the tables. If he wanted to break through today, he could only do so while the god-defying talent lasted. However, the sword god in white in front of him was the biggest obstacle. Bang! All of a sudden, a ray of divine light arrived and blasted open a hole in the barrier formed by the deity's divine power. The deities were all shocked. Someone actually dared to barge into their battle circle? The sword god in white and Lin Chen were slightly stunned. When they looked over at the same time, a snow-white palace dress came into view. It was Zhao Anran, a woman. "It's you." As the two of them exclaimed, Zhao Anran, who was flying in the air, looked around. When she stared at that golden light, she was in a daze for a moment. "Is that Lin Chen?" What a strong sense of oppression. The deities wanted to stop her, but her movement technique was as fast as a jumping star. Every time she flashed, a blood lotus bloomed under her feet. After a few turns, Zhao Anran quickly landed beside Lin Chen. How is this possible? The two black-robed elders at the 7th level of the divine realm cried out in shock. How could this woman's cultivation be so monstrous? Such means were not inferior to those geniuses who had achieved divine achievement. Why didn't they have this woman in their memories? The sword god in white frowned and said, "This girl is so young, but she's actually at the late stage of the 7th level of the divine realm? No, her divine power is ancient and vicissitudes of life, and her nomological laws are strong and condensed, far surpassing the ordinary late stage of the 7th level. It doesn't seem like she cultivated it herself, but more like a cultivation inherited." The sword god in white's vision saw through Zhao Anran. This woman still had a powerful nomological power in her body that she hadn't completely controlled. If she could completely control this power, her cultivation would probably be even stronger than his. Zhao Anran approached Lin Chen. When the two of them were back to back, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to reminisce and talk. He said in a deep voice, "There are more people chasing after me. What are you doing here?" "However," she said with unusual tacit understanding, "if I help you stall him, how long will you need?" Lin Chen was stunned and said in a deep voice, "Less than 15 minutes. The two of them had unusual tacit understanding and immediately exchanged positions. Lin Chen faced the 2,000 true gods, while Zhao Anran faced the sword god in white. "I'll stall him for you. The rest is up to you." "No problem." Boom tilde. The two of them moved, and the battle changed. Zhao Anran opened her palm, and the yin and yang nomological laws floated like black and white balls. Zhao Anran controlled the two nomological laws and stepped in front of the sword god in white. Lin Chen stepped on the void and turned into a golden flash, charging toward the 2,000 true god. Chapter 1988. Lin Chen's injuries were mostly healed in an instant, and he rushed into the encirclement of 2,000 true god. Zhao Anran was up against the white-robed sword god, and Lin Chen was up against 2,000 true god. Zhao Anran's arrival had caused a huge change in the battle situation, and both sides instantly exchanged opponent. The opportunity to decide the outcome had appeared. If Lin Chen and the white-robed sword god fought to the death, the final outcome might be a lose-lose situation. However, if 2,000 true gods still had energy left, he wouldn't be able to rush out even if he used his godly defying talent and the wind god set. Moreover, Lin Chen would be in danger of being chased by the 9 ghost. At this stage, he was just trying to survive. The white-robed sword god walked quickly, and a long river of sword aura formed under his feet. It was as if the sun and the moon were moving in the sky. His eyes were cold, and he said in a low voice, "Little girl, don't seek death for yourself. If you retreat now, I can pretend that I didn't see you. My target is only that kid, and it has nothing to do with you." Zhao Anran didn't say anything, but she took a small step forward to show her attitude. "Very well, it seems like you are tired of living." The white-robed sword god slashed with his fingers, and the divine sword floating above his head instantly released thousands of sword shadows. Every sword light shot out countless blood-like sword auras and attacked Zhao Anran. The white-robed sword god wanted to end the battle quickly, and he didn't plan to underestimate his opponent at all. This sword move was a top-notch orange-level sword technique, and it also contained 2 types of offensive laws that he was most proficient in. Even those of the same level had to treat it with extreme caution. Zhao Anran floated in the air, and 2 yin-yang flowers bloomed beside her. She slowly recited, Yin-yang, 5 elements, 9 laws of the universe. When heaven shines, yin and yang are eternal. Buzz. Time and space rippled, and in an instant, the divine power in Zhao Anran's body surged. She pushed her palm forward, and a 5 elements divine wheel array appeared. The white-robed sword god's expression changed slightly. 7 types of laws. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 types of laws of the 5 elements were all integrated into the 5 divine will artifacts. With the yin and yang laws as support, they collided with the blood-red sword auras formed by the laws of cutting and sword. Kai. Bang. Boom tilde. The aftermath of the terrifying collision set off boundless laws and divine powers. Zhao Anran's eyes changed into 1 yin and 1 yang, mysterious and extraordinary. Ancient and vast divine energy surged within her body, affecting the laws of the 5 elements. Zhao Anran's aura skyrocketed, and it far surpassed her original cultivation. Her pretty face was pale. Her fingertips continuously tapped the void, her attacks not decreasing in the slightest as she coldly shouted, Huozhua. Within the 5 elements divine wheel formation, the fire elemental laws transformed into a fiery dragon that soared into the sky. It burned with auspicious splendor and fiercely collided with the white-robed sword god. The sword god was knocked away by the shockwave and was attacked by the fire dragon. He was forced to raise his sword and slashed horizontally, dragon slaying fire. Zhao Anran instantly put his palms together. Yu Po. The law of earth in the 5 elements divine will shone brightly. Above sword god's head, a 1,000-foot-tall divine mountain suddenly appeared and crashed down. The sword god extinguished the fire with his sword and used his left hand as a claw to tear at the sky. The blade-like law of slicing scattered in all directions and shattered the divine mountain. The white-robed sword god was so angry that he laughed. I want to see how long you can last by using the power in your body that you haven't inherited. The sword god struck out with his sword. The sword light pierced through 3,000 feet and headed straight for the 5 elements divine wheel formation. Zhao Anran put his fingers together. Yin-yang conversion. Buzz. A rapidly spinning yin-yang eye appeared in front of the 5 elements divine wheel formation and swallowed the terrifying sword light in an instant. Rumble. The white-robed sword god controlled the lightning and finally used the 3rd law. He was extremely fast and shuttled to the top of Zhao Anran's head. When he held his sword, he slashed down violently. The sword fell from the 9 heavens like a galaxy falling from the sky. Zhao Anran pointed in the air. Chang'gung break. From the 5 elements divine wheel formation, a dazzling beam of indestructible golden light suddenly shot out. It contained the supreme law of metal and was indestructible. With a bang, it crushed the sword light of the white-robed sword god. Zhao Anran landed in the 5 elements divine wheel formation. He held yin-yang in his hands and stared coldly at the white-robed sword god. He blocked him and didn't let him cross the line at all. The white-robed sword god retreated a distance. His eyes were solemn and his expression was ugly. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, are all the young people these days so ridiculous?" However, I just have to hold on for a while longer. The 9 heavenly ghosts will naturally arrive. That kid's battle strength alone isn't enough to break through the defense line of 2,000 true gods. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out as angry waves surge. As the hurricane danced, a golden-armored man holding a divine spear almost pierced through heaven and earth. When he waved the war god spear, divine light flashed and sent 2,000 true gods flying in the sky. This scene left the white-robed god of sword completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Among the 2,000 true gods, there were 50 true gods who controlled laws. There were 12 at the 5th level of the divine realm, 4 at the 6th level of the divine realm, and 2 at the 7th level of the divine realm. If such a lineup worked together, even an early-stage 8th level divine realm expert wouldn't be able to break through in a short period of time. The white-robed sword god could clearly see that all the true gods had suffered injuries of varying degrees at the same time. It was exactly the same as his situation just now. The moment he broke through the enemy's encirclement and scattered the lineup, the Golden War God set's power amplification reached the peak that Lin Chen could withstand. Lin Chen held his spear at lightning speed. He crushed the void with every step he took, turned into a golden flash, and smashed down with his spear in the air. The tip of the spear fiercely smashed right above a mid-stage 6th level true god. The other party withstood his injuries, pushed away his divine weapon, and activated laws to block Kai. Bang! Lin Chen crushed the other party's divine weapon with one strike and pierced through the divine power of laws. The tip of the spear pierced through the shoulder of the mid-stage 6th level divine realm expert. Divine blood splattered and exploded with a Kai, turning into elemental light balls that filled the sky. Divine defying innate skill triggered. The host broke the enemy's attack and dealt true damage to the enemy with the remaining attack power. Before he died, the mid-stage 6th level true god's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even if his defense couldn't completely block the other party's attack, he shouldn't have been defeated and died instantly. The first person to kill a mid-stage 6th level divine realm expert. This level of true god would be considered an expert anywhere in the 5 continents, and Lin Chen had finally killed the first one. Lin Chen was unstoppable, and he rushed all the way. He stepped on divine light and charged into the group of true gods at lightning speed. He didn't care about his injuries and quickly swung his war god spear. The tip of the spear swept wildly and pierced through the sky. Everywhere it went, a large number of true gods would die with every strike. 3rd level true gods, 4th level true gods, perfected 4th level true gods, and even 5th level true gods couldn't stop him at all. Even a mid-stage 6th level divine realm expert couldn't last more than a few rounds in Lin Chen's hand. They didn't have time to regroup at all. Every time they instantly gathered into a lineup, they would quickly be dealt heavy damage by Lin Chen. Originally, their combined defense could barely block his attacks, and it didn't matter if they suffered some injuries. However, once their offense and defense were defeated by Lin Chen, the injuries he inflicted on them were practically severe. The golden battle god set glowed with golden light. Lin Chen gripped the war god spear tightly with both hands and swept it across the sky, erupting with pure strength. Die for me. Rumble tilde. Golden light flashed, and the domineering golden light of the war god transformed into an aurora in the sky and was extinguished in an instant. The numerous true gods who had been defeated were affected by this ray of divine light. They were instantly pulverized into powder. The moment the golden light disappeared, the true gods present instantly lost half of their numbers. The remaining true gods' pupils shrank as they stared fearfully at the golden-armored figure standing tall and proud. The holy ruler's spear annihilated 1,000 true gods. Chapter 1989. A spear that could defeat thousands of deities, shocking the world. For the first time, the deities were frightened by Lin Chen. This kid's combat strength was too monstrous and strange. Oh no, the encirclement has been broken. If the barrier is destroyed, we won't be able to stop this kid. When the white-robed sword god was about to move, Zhao Anran activated the 5 elements divine wheel array again to stop him. Rumble. Lightning surged, and the power of the sword Dao increased exponentially as if the white-robed sword god had used some trump card. He couldn't let the prey that he had obtained with great difficulty escape just like that. Seeing this, Zhao Anran gritted his teeth and charged forward with the 5 elements divine wheel array. He didn't back down at all. Host has received 292 million divine tier essences, 2,181 divine tier cultivation technique essences, 60 divine tier heavenly Dao points, 288 divine tier talent points, 20,000 saint tier enhancement points. Received 2,992 divine tier wind energy points, 3,990 divine tier lightning energy points, 5,010 divine tier light energy points. Host has used the golden battle god set too much. Host's shell is about to collapse. Consumed 3,520 divine tier heavenly Dao points to activate the immortal godhead and heal the host's body. Lin Chen's flesh shell almost couldn't withstand the power boost from the war god set when the war god spear was unleashed. When the clone helped Lin Chen collect the attribute light balls, Lin Chen moved again. Exchanging opponents was the best decision that Zhao Anran and Lin Chen had made. From the current combat strength and methods, although Zhao Anran's temporary burst of power was slightly stronger than Lin Chen's, Lin Chen had the talent effect of God Defiant. If he could break the enemy's attack, he would cause true damage to the opponent. It was just like how Lin Chen had broken through the encirclement of the 10,000 deities with a single spear strike. If he had, God Rebel, at that time, the 10,000 true gods would have suffered enough damage to prevent them from fighting a second time. It was the same now. The god of sword in white did not expect Lin Chen's combat power this time. Lin Chen had an additional attack method that was extremely threatening compared to the previous Godslayer. This meant that Zhao Anran could do better than Lin Chen against the white-robed sword god. However, when facing 2,000 true gods, Lin Chen had the upper hand. He could maximize his god-defying talent. Don't panic. Quickly get into formation. Don't be scared by this brat. Those who disobey will die. The two true gods at the 7th level of the god realm covered their wounds and shouted coldly. However, Lin Chen didn't give them the chance to pull themselves together at all. He stepped through the void and came over aggressively, shattering the true god's fighting spirit with every strike. With their formation scattered and their fighting spirit crumbling, the gods' combat power was far less than it had been at the start. Their fighting spirit was wavering, causing their formation to scatter. Lin Chen, who stepped through the void, walked with a majestic gait. His spear art was especially sharp as he forcefully withstood the attacks of many true gods and took the heads of 4 true gods in a row. Lin Chen's spear suddenly turned. He raised the war god spear high up and suddenly swung it toward a true god at the 6th level. The golden light of the divine spear flashed like a crescent moon, tearing apart the defense of a late-stage true god at the 6th level. Splat! Divine blood spurted wildly. The remaining power of pure strength broke through the defense and all entered the body of that true god at the 6th level. His divine body and divine soul were completely shattered, and a dazzling attribute light pillar fell out. Host has opened the cultivation method divine attribute treasure chest. Obtained, red grade cultivation method fragment, 2/4. Lin Chen didn't have the time to look carefully at what he had obtained. 2 divine lights flew through the air and appeared above Lin Chen's head. They were the 2 true gods at the 7th level. Previously, Lin Chen's violent attacks had disrupted their formation. When they realized that they could no longer encircle him, they resolutely chose to charge to the front. The 2 of them each made a move. Their lightning-fast attacks left Lin Chen with no way to retreat. He was forced to withstand the attacks of 4 laws. Bang! The golden light of the war god overflowed as Lin Chen took 10 steps back. His, war god's golden body, was pushed to the limit. His eyes were bloodshot as he barely withstood the attack. Consumed the remaining 3,980 god-level heavenly Dao points to activate the immortal divinity to recover. Host's remaining heavenly Dao points, 0, after using the golden war god set again. Lin Chen's god-level heavenly Dao points had reached the critical point. His heavenly Dao points could not make ends meet. A trace of madness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes that were filled with fighting spirit. As though he had expected this, he suddenly erupted. Boom! 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 The war god's gauntlet brewed a dazzling golden light. This time, the pure strength exceeded 2 million points of desolate power. What? The 2 of them were shocked and hurriedly used their laws to protect themselves. Divine power brewed, and Lin Chen threw the war god's spear into the sky. Rumble tilde. The war god's spear turned into a beam of divine light that pierced through the sky. Kai tilde. Rip tilde. When the dazzling golden light sprinkled down, it penetrated the multiple laws of defense of the 2 and instantly pierced through the body of an early-stage Tier 7 divine realm expert. When the war god's spear pierced through the black-robed elder, it also blasted through the divine power barrier created by 2,000 true god. The early-stage Tier 7 divine realm black-robed elder's eyes widened as blood seeped out of his eyes. He covered the wound in front of his chest and trembled. This King. Why is the spear used for throwing? Bang! Lin Chen leaped into the air and suddenly swept out with a whip kick. With a bang, he sent the other mid-stage Tier 7 divine realm expert flying. The latter vomited blood and retreated, his attributes dropping. As for the early-stage Tier 7 divine realm expert who was pierced by the war god spear, he bled from all 7 orifices. The wound on his chest was difficult to heal, and his divine body was shattered. When he finally fell and died, Attribute light balls filled the sky. A Tier 7 Divine Realm expert died. This was the first time Lin Chen had killed a Tier 7 Divine Realm expert. When he died, an extremely dazzling orange light suddenly bloomed from the spot where the Tier 7 Divine Realm expert died. When the orange attribute treasure chest floated, Lin Chen grabbed it out of thin air. Talent treasure chest. Obtained after opening, permanent talent fragment ultimate heaven defying, 6/6. 6 talent fragments have been automatically integrated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest top-tier orange-grade talent, Ultimate Heaven Defying. Ultimate Heaven Defying talent, Extreme Attack, Extreme Instant Kill type talent. Activating with different amounts of talent points depending on the host's cultivation realm. Entering the Ultimate Heaven Defying state, if the host's attack with killing intent causes any injury to the enemy, the defense will be broken and the enemy will be killed instantly. Note: it will not be able to kill experts beyond the laws and those with special laws instantly. The permanent Ultimate Heaven Defying talent was finally completed. However, there was no joy in Lin Chen's eyes. The injury that he bit his lip to suppress suddenly burst open, and he vomited blood. When it dyed the war god armor red, his face was especially pale. I've reached the limit. Whoosh. When the golden light disappeared, divine wind swept up, and Lin Chen's ultimate wind god armor was attached to him. Lin Chen shouted coldly as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Run! The wind god wings spread out, and divine wind swept up. The sky was vast and mighty. Lin Chen turned into a stream of light surrounded by divine wind. When he swept across the void, he rushed into the 5 elements divine wheel. Zhao Anran understood and immediately left the battle circle. Lin Chen pulled Zhao Anran away.